your highly valuable time and share your words of wisdom with us on this
Thank
very
you, sir.
important occasion. So we are truly grateful to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Professor Barsney is my teacher.
Professor Varshney, the father figure in India for the water movement, and I had several occasions to interact with him during my days at Delhi College of Engineering and DTU.
Yes.
Truly delighted to have you here, sir.
Professor Sharma Sahab, you have been always very kind on me. And thank you so much for your kindness and for your friendship and for your remembering me.
Our great pleasure. We have Mr. Vashisht also with us. We are so happy to have you, Vashisht Sahab, and we also have been joined by Dr. M.L. Kansal, I see, from all the way from IIT Roorkee. IIT Roorkee is the flag bearer for our water resource management and water resource care. And they have supported a lot through the water center which they have at their university. And now IIT, such a great pleasure, Dr. Kansal, to have you with us this morning. Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And sir, with your permission, can we start the program?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Parijat, please go ahead.
Sure, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. I, Dr. Parijat Bhattacharjee, Assistant Professor at Amity School of Languages, on behalf of Amity University, Haryana, feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to all of you present here. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you all to our panel discussion to celebrate Innovation Day on Rivers of India, a journey through past, present, and future. Prayer is always an invocation of the heart, a calling forth of the divine energies to be manifested in one's life. Time spent in prayer refreshes, renews, and strengthens our body and soul. Now, I would request all of you to spend a moment for prayer. I would request the IT team to kindly play the video. Thank you, everyone. May I now invite Professor Dr. Sanjana Vij, Deputy Director, Academic Staff College, Head Center of Excellence Innovation in Education, Deputy Dean Students Welfare, to kindly give the opening address.
Thank you, Dr. Parijat. And good morning to each and everyone, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, Dean, Directors, HODs, faculty members, and my dear students. I extend a heartfelt welcome to all of you on behalf of Center of Excellence for Innovation in Education and Academic Staff College at Amity University, Haryana. We are delighted to have you join for this engaging online panel discussion on rivers of India, past, present, and future with special focus on Name Gange program and initiative shaping a new India as we all come together to celebrate Innovation Day or Innovation Week at Amity University, Haryana. A very warm welcome to Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor P.B. Sharma sir and Pro Vice Chancellor Professor Vikas Madhukar. Welcome to all Dean, Directors, Faculty members, which I can see, Rear Admiral K.K. Pandey, Major General Dhul, Indu Shekhar Thakurji, and rest all we have directors with us. So a very warm welcome to you, all of you. As we all know that India is a land of diverse cultures, traditions, and landscapes, and has been deeply connected with its rivers and its millennium. These rivers are not merely bodies of water. They are the platform of our civilizations, the bearer of our stories and nurturers of our land. So, but when we are watching our Indian rivers, some are sick, some are dying, some are living and healthy, and others showing early signs of sickness. So as we stand at the combination of the past, present, and future, we find ourselves at a very crucial juncture. Our rivers now face numerous challenges from pollution to depletion. So it is our collective effort responsibilities to renew the appreciation and protect these lifelines of generations to come. So today's discussion are structured around two vital sub-themes, that is inclusive rivers and reviving rivers. And these themes will explore the historical significance of rivers, their present conditions, and the remarkable Name Gange program, which is a beacon of hope for rivers rejuvenation. So further, we will also delve into the inclusive approaches needed to ensure access and availability of river resources for all and discuss the strategies for a long-term sustainability of our rivers. So we are so honored to have a galaxy of esteemed panel of experts and thought leaders who will guide us through their journeys. So their insights, their insightfulness, their experiences, their expertise will throw light on the today's topic, which is a very, very important topic. So a very warm welcome to all the distinguished keynote speakers, as we have with us Shri S.P. Vashisht ji, who is an Executive Director, Admin, National Mission for Clean Ganga, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, and our guest of honor, Jal Purush, Dr. Rajendra Singh, renowned river rejuvenator and environmentalist who will be joining with us very soon. Our objective to organize this program is very clear. We need to raise the awareness, inspire proactive actions, and nurture a collective commitment to preserve and rejuvenate our vital water ecosystem. And I think through all this dialogues, we aim to not only explore the challenges, but also to celebrate the potential of our rivers in shaping a new India. So this topic was chosen to shed light on a critical issues surrounding Indians' rivers with particular focus on Name Gange program. And by doing so, it aims to educate, engage, and inspire individuals, young generations, and organizations to actively participate in the conversation and revitalization of these invaluable water ecosystem. We have many sub-themes taken into this particular discussions, like historical significance of Indian rivers, present conditions of Indian rivers, Name Gange program, inclusive approach to river resources, long-term sustainability of rivers, and future prospect of a new India. So we are very, very grateful that Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor P.B. Sharma, Amity University, Haryana, who will be serving as a chairperson for the first panel discussion and will guide the discussion with our rest of the esteemed panelists. His expertise and leadership will undoubtedly enrich our discussion today. And we look forward to your valuable contributions, sir. A very warm welcome to DP Mathuria ji, who is an Executive Director, Technical, who is from National Mission for Clean Ganga, Professor C.K. Vashisht, former Dean and former Emeritus at School of Environmental Sciences, JNU, Professor Prabhat Kumar Singh ji, who is from IIT Varanasi, Professor M.L. Kansal ji, who is from IIT Roorkee. We are so grateful that you all have accepted our invite to be here with us today for this important topic. We are very grateful to Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor C.S. Dubey ji, who is the Vice Chancellor from K.R. Mangalam University, who would be joining very soon, and whose extensive experience in river engineering is truly invaluable. So Professor Dubey will be serving as a chairperson for our second panel discussion and will be taking this discussion further. We are so grateful to all the participants and look forward to this valuable insight during the discussion. We have Mr. Anshuman, who is the Director, Water Resource Division of TERI, Professor K.C. Tiwari, Professor of Geoinformatics at Delhi Technological University, Dr. Vimal Singh, who is a Professor of Zoology at University of Delhi. So a very warm welcome to each one of you. So let us embark on this intellectual journey. Let us discuss today the flow like the rivers we cherish, carving a path towards a future where our rivers thrive and our nation prospers. Thank you, and let's the conversation begins. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Parijat.
Thank you, Dr. Vij. Our next speaker, Professor Dr. Vikas Madhukar, who is currently the Pro Vice Chancellor at Amity University, Gurugram, Dean Faculty of Management Studies, Director, Amity Business School, and also heading the Amity Innovation Incubation, which is supported by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology under Mighty Tide 2.0. Dr. Madhukar specializes in finance and strategy and holds his doctorate in international finance from Kurukshetra University. He is also the managing editor of Amity Management Analyst, the prestigious biannual refereed journal of Amity Business School, and is heading the Center for Financial Analytics. Dr. Madhukar has rich and varied experience of more than 22 years in teaching, training, research, consultancy, and administration. A great mentor, a guide, he leads with collaborative approach and possesses excellent multitasking skills. May I now invite our respected Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Vikas Madhukar, to give his address.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. P.B. Sharma, our chief guest of the day, Shri S.P. Vashisht ji, Executive Director, Admin, National Mission for Clean Ganga, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. Our guest of honor, Dr. Rajendra Singh, who is a renowned river rejuvenator and environmentalist. Our esteemed panelist, Dr. D.P. Mathuria, Professor C.K. Vashne, Professor Prabhat Kumar Singh, Professor M.L. Kansal, Deans, Head of the institution, faculty member, and my dear participants. On behalf of Amity University, Gurgaon, on behalf of our Honorable Founder President, on behalf of our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Asim Chauhan, on behalf of entire Amity fraternity, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you to this very important panel discussion on Rivers of India, a journey through past, present, and future. As we all know, India is known as a land of rivers and is blessed with numerous rivers that have played a crucial role in the development of our civilization. The legendary rivers Indus was the cradle of Indus Valley civilization, and it is one of the oldest known urban civilization in the world. In fact, the literature suggests that the name of our country, India, was originated from Indus River. The literature further suggests this Indus River in Hindi is known as Sindhu, and the word Hindu, which was actually misspelled by the Persian S to H. So the origin of word Hindu is also traced back from the legend river Indus. Besides having major rivers like Ganga, Yamuna, Saraswati, Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri, Brahmaputra. India has about 400 rivers, which plays an important role in the life of everyone here and provide potable water, cheap transportation, electricity, and most important, the livelihood for many people nationwide. And we understand that many of our major cities of India are located by the bank of rivers. The river also have an important role in Hindu religions and are considered holy by all Indians in the country. River Ganga has been revered as a sacred river associated with the spiritual and cultural heritage of our nation. It witnessed the rise and fall of numerous empires, each leaving their imprint on its bank. We know that the water of Ganga symbolizes the purity, and its single drop cleans all our sins and evils. We say, Ganga tera pani amrit. However, the rivers of India have not remained stagnant in their journey through time and have faced numerous challenges. Rapid urbanization, industrialization, population growth have put immense pressure on all rivers and created pollution, deforestation, unsustainable agriculture practices have led to the deterioration of water quality, threatening the health and livelihood of millions of people who depend on these rivers. In India, according to a report, the water quality of about 70% of total river water was polluted due to high contaminants and pollutant. As we look into the future, we have the power to shape a better tomorrow for our rivers. India has embarked on several initiatives to revive and protect our river. And one such remarkable project on which we are going to talk about today is the Namani Ganga mission, aiming to clean, rejuvenate the Ganga. Efforts are being made to curb pollution, promote sustainable agriculture, and create awareness about the importance of our river. And we know that Shri SP Vashish Ji, Executive Director of this National Mission for Clean Ganga, who is here today as the chief guest, is going to speak in detail and enlighten us on this. It is collective responsibility of every citizen to actively participate in such initiative and ensure that we pass on clean and vibrant rivers to future generation. The future of our rivers also lies in embracing sustainable practices. We must adopt eco-friendly methods to meet our growing demands without compromising the integrity of our water bodies. Rainwater harvesting, river interlinking, and effective water management system can help mitigate water scarcity issue. Additionally, afforestation along with river banks can aid in conserving water, preventing soil erosion, and maintaining ecological balance. We are proud to mention here that Amity University, Gurgaon, is very, very conscious in this regard, and our campus is termed as a sustainable campus. We have been ranked in the world at 32 in terms of water conservation and water security. We are a university which is very, very water conscious. We have a zero waste water discharge campus, and we have all kind of ecosystem to conserve and protect water. Let us stand united, shoulder to shoulder, and become the guardian of our river. Together, we can create a better, cleaner, and greener future for our river, ensuring that they continue to be the lifeblood of our great nation. And I'm sure that this panel discussion is going to provide a useful insight to all participants about the various measures which are required to be taken in order to protect our river. With these few words, I once again extend a very warm welcome to all esteemed panelists and participants. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Professor Madhukar, for your warm words. May I now invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor and at Amity University, Haryana, Professor Dr. P.B. Sharma, who has been the founder Vice Chancellor of Delhi Technological University. Professor Sharma is a former professor of IIT Delhi, founder Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi Technology University, former president of Engineering Science Division of Indian Science Congress, former chairman of Indian Society of Mechanical Engineers, and vice chairman of World Confederation of Productivity Sciences India section. A doctorate from University of Birmingham, UK, Professor Dr. Sharma, during his professional career spanning over 44 years, has made a distinguished contribution to the advancement of frontiers of knowledge in the areas of aero engineering technology, power plant engineering, and innovation management. Professor Dr. P.B. Sharma is a man of vision and institution builder and a breakthrough leader with great leadership qualities. He is known for his relentless pursuit of relevance-driven excellence and for the promotion of world-quality education, research, innovations, and entrepreneurship. May I now invite Professor Dr. P.B. Sharma to enlighten us with his wise words.
Thank you, Dr. Parijat, and thank you, Dr. Sanjana Bej, for giving us this great opportunity to assemble together along with the might of the nation coming from the Namami Ganga mission, from Jawaharlal Nehru University, from IIT Roorkee, IIT BHU, and several other distinguished organizations to put our focus on something which is so important. I join you and my Pro-Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vikas Madhukar, in extending a warm welcome to our very distinguished panel which you have put together for a task so important, which we wish to shoulder with great responsibility, not only here in our university, but in universities around. The world is now looking towards India for innovative solutions to problems that have been created by the developmental models which we all adopted with a lot of care and concern. Today, we stand as a nation leading the world in terms of the population, in terms of the economic growth, and we give a great promise to the world community today that the future of the humanity would be brighter and better and happier from here and now. But this requires a firm commitment and resolute actions on the problems that are confronting the humanity. Apart from climate change, one of the biggest problems which we in India are facing today is relating to management of our own water resources. Dr. Sri S.P. Vashishtji, who happened to be a graduate of Delhi College of Engineering, which I had the privilege of heading for almost 25 years, would be here with me, along with Professor Vasne, Dr. Kansal, and also Dr. P.K. Singh, that we have a monumental responsibility on our shoulders in the universities as well as in government organizations to focus our eyes on innovative solutions which we can put together to solving this monumental challenge of water security for our nation. People like me firmly believe that water and air are the two great medicines of the soul, which God Almighty provided free of cost to one and all around the world. And they were responsible for happy and healthy habitat on planet Mother Earth for millions of the years. Our forefathers protected our rivers and water bodies with tremendous amount of respect and reverence, and that is why the quality of water remained so good and our rivers were flowing throughout the year in all parts of our country. Undoubtedly, that was something which was absolutely necessary to sustain the quality of life on planet Mother Earth. Our forefathers regarded our rivers as mothers. They were the mothers of nectar and giving us the bliss as well as blessings to lead a life, happy life of 100 years plus. But today we stand at a turning point in the history that because of increased urbanization, rapid growth of industrialization, and unabated and unmindful use of science and technology in areas which were important from the point of view of keeping our eyes on the health of the environment, that today we stand on the crossroad. On one hand, we have the responsibility to accelerate our economic growth to 9%, 10%, or 10% plus in the years to come, and achieve the target of $50 trillion economy by the time we celebrate the centenary of our great nation. On the other hand, we have a great responsibility to provide good quality air and good quality water to 1.4 billion plus people which are here in India, almost 17% of the world population, which is also growing. And therefore, this monumental responsibility, in my opinion, requires pooling of brains of people who matter, the innovative minds of the scientists and technologists and water technology specialists, as well as people from the society, so that together we are able to put together an agenda by which we are able to revive our rivers, rejuvenate them once again as rivers of nectar, and at the same time assure water security for the vast population of our country. This, in my opinion, is a tall order. Our own Namami Gange mission, so ably steered by our own government under the watchful eyes of our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, I'm sure is conscious of this great responsibility and is delivering solutions to the extent possible. I'm aware of the fact that one of the most polluted place for water was in fact Kanpur because of the Tenridge and because of textile mills, as well as the unabated discharge of the industrial water that was spoiling the riverfront there. And a great job has been done by Namami Gange by installing the wastewater treatment plants in great numbers and to ensure that the water quality of the river significantly improves, which means that we have the solutions in place, but we need to now multiply them in great number from one place to another, because the task which we have with us is monumental. To my knowledge, almost 70% or more untreated sewage currently is flowing directly into the rivers or river bodies or water bodies in our country. While the advanced nations of the world are treating as high as 95% plus sewage, we stand in fact on a crossroad to spend heavily now on treatment of the sewage water as well as the industrial wastewater that we have. And we have to find innovative solutions assisted by the modern advanced technologies to find how best we can treat the wastewater in our country and assure that no untreated wastewater is allowed to flow in our rivers and water bodies. Honorable Prime Minister, while launching the Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0, I remember is on record to say that we would like to ensure under Swachh Bharat 2.0 implementation that not a single drop of untreated wastewater is allowed to be discharged into the rivers and water bodies in our country. It is this commitment which our government has made has to be supported and met by the innovative solutions flowing from the campuses of universities as well as research and development organizations in India, CWC and others, including Namami Gange Mission included. And that is why when we celebrate our Innovation Day here at Amity University each year on 28th of September, we consider it important to focus our eyes for at least 1 week on problems that are confronting our nation, to invoke a sense of great responsibility on the shoulders of our scientists, and water security and revival of the rivers was considered to be one of the important aspects by Dr. Sanjana Bij and her team. And we are so happy that during the Innovation Week that we are celebrating in our university, that we are meeting today with the support of the galaxy of eminent experts drawn from Namami Ganga Mission, Jawaharlal Nehru University, IIT Roorkee, IIT BHU, and several others, including my own Vice Chancellor colleague, Dr. C.S. Dubey, who and I personally believe that the solutions to the problems of rivers, revival and revitalizing of river, does not lie just in one discipline. We have to pull together our might together and to find, in fact, solutions, including the geotechnical knowledge of the earth sciences, the water resource management, as well as, in fact, the higher end and path-breaking technologies and in fact, path-breaking science of the kind that is required today to put together cost-effective, highly efficient solutions for treatment of wastewater as well as for wastewater management. While interlinking of the river may be important, and it is of course something which the government of India is already paying great attention to, it would be important for us to explore what can we do for storage of fresh water during the rainy season in the underground storage that we can create today with great competence and caliber, because we have learned how to really create great tunnels. And therefore, the freshwater tunnels, underground tunnels can also be a reality today in India. We can create great storage capacity, and that way ensure that the fresh water, which is directly flowing into the ocean during the rainy season and keeping the river dry during the off season, can be perhaps solved to some extent. While the underground storage is important, it would be absolutely important that we treat every single drop of wastewater, as well as create a mass movement for water conservation in a country so well populated like India. And therefore, it's important for us to lead by example. In our own Amity University, Professor Varshney and Mr. Vasisht and Mr. Mathuria ji, we have ensured that every single drop of wastewater of our campus of 110 acres, which is currently having 6,000 students and in the campus and 400 faculty members and matching number of supporting staff, that every single drop of wastewater created in the campus, from the kitchens, from the waste, from the academic blocks, administrative blocks, hostels, and everywhere, is retreated most efficiently in the wastewater treatment plant that we have commissioned in our campus. And we utilize the treated wastewater within the campus to the extent that even the house of the Vice Chancellor receives treated wastewater in the washrooms. And that way we save millions and millions of gallons of fresh water each year, which otherwise would have been necessary had the treated wastewater not being reutilized. I personally believe that all the large campuses of the universities in India and corporates can be mandated to have 100% treatment of wastewater, as well as its recycle and reuse within the campus itself, so that we release our pressure on the supply of fresh water for our habitat. Solutions like these need to go beyond the campuses of the university to the society and to the smart campuses and smart cities and smart cluster of the villages that we need to create in order to create India of our dream. And I'm sure these, along with the solutions being put together by Central Water Commission for more effective management of wastewater, will provide solace to a great extent. But let me not hesitate to say that the largest consumer of fresh water in India is agriculture. And because of unabated use of water in agriculture freely being made available, we have run into the real trouble of ensuring that our rivers become dry during the off season. And I've seen this happening in my own life. The river Betravati, on the bank of which town of Vidisha is there, used to flow throughout the year. And we never had any water problem whatsoever till I grew to the age of something like 2021 when I graduated with engineering. Thereafter, I find that the river become dry almost within a few months after the rainy season, and we run into the real trouble. And if you ask me why it has happened and how it has happened, while the scientists may go into greater detail, my own understanding is that we have pumped out a lot of water from the river for the irrigation purposes under lift irrigation and variety of other uses, and did nothing whatsoever to ensure that every year we serve the mother river and clean it to the extent that its reservoir capacity could remain unabated. These are some of the issues we need to confront, and I'm sure our scientists in the university campuses would focus their eyes onto what science and technology do today to design and devise innovative solutions for water conservation, for wastewater treatment, for utilization of the goodness which may be created out of the wastewater, including extracting gases and several other dissolved solids and precious metals which may be flowing from the industrial wastewater into the water body. We need to put together our head and work out a comprehensive, innovative solution strategy for a nation like ours. I'm sure during the panel discussions here in the program, with the support of our galaxy of eminent experts, with Dr. Sanjana and her team has put together, we would be able to come out at the end of the day some meaningful directions which we would like to share with the Namami Gange mission, as well as with our universities in India. I wish to extend my warmest welcome to all the galaxy of experts who have spared their highly valuable time. And I wish to extend to you the warmest greetings on my personal behalf, on behalf of the Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan ji, as well as Honorable Chancellor of my university, Dr. Asim Chauhan ji, who would be most delighted to see that a panel so illustrious has been put together for a cause so important for creating India of our dream and assuring water security for our nation. I thank you, Dr. Sanjana, and I thank all my eminent experts for giving us this privilege to have them for a discussion so important on rivers of India, a journey through the past, present, and assuring the brightest future and water security for our nation. I thank you so much indeed for sparing your valuable time with my galaxy of experts who are also present here, including Dr. I.S. Thakur, Dr. H.R.P. Yadav, as well as several other scientists coming from my Department of Chemistry, Department of Biochemistry, Department of Water Resources, and Environmental Science and Earth Sciences in my university. So thank you so much indeed for giving us this privilege and honor to have you at our university. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your inspiring words. And you have absolutely rightly said that having innovative solution is a significant step. But the key to address these complex challenges related to water and air quality lies in the integration and implementation these solutions effectively. So for this, we need collaborative efforts from government agencies, from industries, from research institutes, and individuals especially. And this is the way, these all things are very, very important to drive innovation in these areas and address these pressing issues related to water and air quality. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you so much, Dr. Vikas Madhukar, for your inspiring words. Now, Dr. Parijat, let's go ahead and invite our keynote speaker.
Thank you, sir, for your wise words. Our next speaker, our keynote speaker, Shri Satya Prakash Vashisht, is currently working as an Executive Director, Administration, National Mission for Clean Ganga, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. Shri S.P. Vashisht has done BE Mechanical ME Production Engineering from Delhi College of Engineering, now known as Delhi Technological University, and PG Diploma in Remote Sensing and GIS Applications from IIRS, Dehradun. Earlier, he has worked as an Assistant Director in Central Water Engineering Service, Indian Forest Service, Probationer in Indira Gandhi National Forest Academy, Dehradun, DFO Wildlife, Mangaldoi Wildlife Division. Shri S.P. Vashisht has also been the Director, Ministry of Rural Development and DIG Wildlife, Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change. Let us invite our keynote speaker, Shri Satya Prakash Vashisht, to say a few words. Over to you, sir.
A very welcome to you, sir. A very warm welcome to you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Professor V.B. Sir, I take you back 33 years back. I'll just take 10 seconds, sir. It was November 1990. Murthal Engineering College, that time it was used to be known as Sierra State College of Engineering. I was an applicant for the post of lecturer mechanical engineering. You were in the board of selection. You gave me a damped vibration. You asked me to draw the frequency amplitude characters, a damped vibration system. And that day, sir, the stars were mine. I drew that characteristic curve. You asked me, you said, okay, now you introduce damping. Again, I drew that curve. You said further increase the damping. And then your next words were just wait outside. Anyway, sir, I start with today's sir, I have a PPT. Yeah, can we share the slide?
Yes, go ahead. Yes, surely.
We can see your paper. Can you make it?
Sir, others have mentioned, sir, if you recall, all the ancient civilizations, they were established on the banks of river only. whether it is Harappan, Egyptian, or Indus, or even Mesopotamia, because then these civilization, they not only got established, they flourished because the rivers, they were the lifeline of the people. They are still the lifeline for, be it for agriculture or for industry or for transport, because that time we were not having modern means of communication. And now if you see, sir, we have India has about 400 rivers, total length of approximately 2 lakh kilometers. And the river network determines the climate, geography, sustains 1.3 billion people, the souls. Next slide. And if you see, sir, out of every water that pours as rainfall over India, about 53, that is about 50%, it gets lost in the form of evaporation or evapotranspiration through plants, the vegetation. Then the remaining 47 liters, it gets to flow into the rivers. Out of that, only 28 liters is available for the uses. And the 11 liters gets into the groundwater. If you see the per capita, the per person per annum water availability, this water in 1951, it used to be 5,200 cubic meter. In 2011, it has come down to 1,545 cubic meters. And in 2050, it is projected to be 1191 cubic meters only. It's a drastic reduction of water availability. Then, sir, if you see the rivers, sir, most of the rivers, they are overexploited. We have dams, and dams, because you store the water at wherever these favorable locations are there for the construction of dams, and which adversely impacts the environmental flow or the ecological flow, or which is the minimum flow a river is required to have to perform its functions. And sir, because of these, now the small tributaries of rivers, they have got fragmented or disconnected because of the population. We are having too much population pressure, then road development on road network. And then as a result of climate change, the rainfall pattern has changed in time as well as over space. So this is line up of the rivers. Then we have sand mining, encroachment on water bodies, including rivers. Then we have pollution. Then if you see the catchment area of these rivers, the area drained by a particular river, then there is a massive deforestation, and this has led to the silting up of these rivers. And the silting up, that means that the water carries capacity of that particular river has gone down. Then we have unchecked flow of this domestic sewerage, whether it is Delhi, or at one time it used to be Banaras also, and other cities also. You'll see all the domestic sewerage is flowing unchecked into the river Ganga or its tributary. Then we have the agriculture runoff, because our farmers are still using chemical fertilizers, and all that that sheet runoff, it is going into the river. Then we have industrial effluents also, all the industrial discharge, because very few industrial clusters, they have got their CETPs. And then we have, you notice that even the solid waste is out of the rivers and choking the flow of rivers. Next slide, please. And sir, now I move to the Namami Gange, which is our domain. The domain of National Mission for Clean Ganga, what we have done to the main Ganga and its tributaries. I'll take you to the journey, sir. I'll take some 20-25 minutes. Sir, if you see the river Ganga, it has a length of something around 2,500 kilometers. And the area is around 86.1 million hectare. The total geographical area of India is around 327 or 328 million hectares, which is approximately, so the total, and this river and its tributary, the Ganga, it drains about, it has 28% of water resources, flows through 11 states. And the 100 Ganga basin states, they account for 40% of the nation's GDP. Next slide, please. Sir, Namami Gange, I'll just say it's integrated river rejuvenation mission and pollution abatement, improving the ecology and strengthening the people river connect. That are the missions, and it has been recognized as one of the top, one of the 10 world restoration programs recently by UNEP in the that CBD at Montreal, Canada last year, and in December. And so far, sir, we have this NMCG, we have sanctioned 442 projects, sir, at a cost of about 4.5 billion, something around 38,000 crores, sir. Next. Yeah, it's then, sir, we are having different verticals in this NMCG, sir, that we have the Nirmal Ganga, that is, we have to ensure that no pollution gets into the river, unpolluted flow. Now we have sewerage infrastructure that is in the form of STP, sewerage treatment plants. So far, we have 193 projects, and at and that's a cost. Then we have riverfront development, which is basically the construction. You will get to see the ghats funded by the Namami Gange. Whether you please do visit Banaras or Haridwar, Rishikesh, or even places in Bihar, so you'll get good quality of that. Then we are having CETP, the common effluent treatment plants of industries. Panipat also we have done, sir. Kanpur also it is under construction, and it is expected to be operational by December 2023, sir. And then through CPC, sir, we are assessing the pollution load of the rivers at different locations. Next slide, please. Sir, Aviral Ganga, I mentioned that every river is required to have a minimum flow or the environmental flow, ecological flow. So, and the otherwise the river won't be able to perform its function. For example, in case of Yamuna, sir, we have been tapping the water for the drinking water purpose, potable water purpose, and that's why the after the Wazirabad barrage, the water in the river has gone down so less that it is not able to, it has become virtually a drain. By the way, so Yamuna is also a tributary, and in my presentation, I will touch upon that. Now we are working on the Yamuna also. Next slide, please. So Janganga, again, sir, it's unless you involve the people, because of the pollution is due to the people only. Unless you involve people, unless you strengthen this people river connect, it will be difficult because it's not a one-time solution. It is a continuous solution. You have to ensure that people get connected to they value the contribution of rivers in their lives. So we have been for this we have been organizing Ganga Utsav, sir, every year. Then Ganga Quest for the school children. Then we have this India Water Impact Summit every year, sir. Then we have plantation drives. Then we are having all along the stretch of Ganga, sir. We have these voluntary cadre of Ganga Prahari or Ganga Doot or Ganga Mitra, sir. And then on the eve of this Yoga Day also, we try to popularize, we try to create awareness among the people on the importance of Ganga and its tributaries. I mean the major rivers. Sir. Next slide, please. Then, sir, whatever knowledge or whatever research we have based on our experience of the last 20 years, sir, then we are having that we have one MOU with the TERI, sir, for establishment of that Center of Excellence, sir, on water reuse, sir. Whatever the wastewater, the treated water is coming out of the STP, and we're trying to ensure that it is again reused for some other purpose. Then we have the, sir, and you would agree that all the local bodies, the local urban local bodies, they do not have the capacity to run these STP or to design or run these STP. So we have been at different period of time, we have been building up their capacity through these initiatives to the different training programs. Then we have a River Cities Alliance, it's a group of people, sir, like-minded people who are all located on the banks of the river, so that they can ideas, they can share the best practices, they can have discuss the different solutions for a common problem, because of the problems are almost common. They are all located on the banks of river Ganga or its tributary. Then we have the water quality monitoring, which we get through the CPC, that is the Central Pollution Control Board, sir. And then we are having we have certain studies conducted through the institutions, the IIT Kanpur, then Tata Institute of Social Science and Wildlife Institute of India, especially on the research aquatic biodiversity. And then next slide, please. Earth Ganga is, sir, see, sir, our experience has been that unless you motivate the people should get some benefit out of the river, sir. Then only they'll be able to, they'll get motivated not to pollute it, sir. So under the Earth Ganga, we are trying to create the livelihoods for the communities which inhabit both sides of the Ganga, sir. Both the 5-kilometer stretches of river Ganga and its main tributaries, sir. We are trying to create livelihood for them, so that they get motivated. They ensure that no, by polluting, their livelihood would be impacted adversely. So let's not pollute the river Ganga further. So then through and the different in this that we like public participation, then we have been trying to that institution building, like the DGC, we have been district Ganga committees we are having at the lower level for implementation. I'll discuss it in my. And then the sludge and treated wastewater, as I mentioned, sir, there's a huge amount of sludge which is generated STP. Now we are working on how to dispose it, how to make economical use of the sludge, because, sir, it can be used as a soil conditioner. It can be used as a fertilizer if you add certain elements to it, certain nutrients to it to enhance its value. It can be used even as a base material for road construction. Yeah, next slide, please. So this is a summary we have so far, as I mentioned, 442, and these different projects are STP, that is the sewerage projects. Then riverfront ghats, and sir, we have been funding the construction of electric crematoria, because sir, you must have seen that at certain prominent places, the dead bodies, they are burned through wood, which leads to a lot of pollution. So we have funded good number of these crematoria also, sir, so that the pollution is minimized, sir. Then we have this 12 projects on the solid waste management, because it's been managed, sir. I mean, it has been choking the river flow also. Then institutional development, other that biodiversity and bioremediation, sir, we have been the first two components, biodiversity, we have been we have a collaboration with the Wildlife Institute of India, and we have involved them in that what is the impact of the establishment of STP, CETVs, etc. on the river quality, and what is the ultimate impact on its aquatic biodiversity, because that's the ultimate test. If the original initial biodiversity gets revived, gets restored, that means the program has led to clean water in the river. Sir, we have certain innovations for this, sir. You would agree all these STPs, they are heavy investment projects. Sir, per MLD cost, it varies from 1.5 to 1.75, 1.8 crore per MLD. It depends upon the networks, the sewerage network. If the sewerage network length is also involved, the cost goes up. Sir, you must have seen even the roadside, the public conveyances. Sir, it is easy to construct but difficult to maintain it, because these are heavy investment projects. So what we have done, sir, for one particular city, we have implemented the project, the one operator, one city model. Otherwise, what would happen that, for example, if we have 2 or 3 or 4 operators who are managing the STPs of a particular city, then they'll start complaining. One would say, no, my STP is functioning perfectly well. It is STP of the other is not functioning and leading to the pollution in the river. So just to do away with that particular human tendency, we have said, no, we'll have only one operator for one city so that these shorts of complaints do not come up. So, yeah, next slide, please. Then, sir, we are having, so one way of project delivery model is, you must have seen that it is EPC, engineering, procurement, and construction, that you ask a particular, invite tenders, you explain the whatever you want the project to be, and then you pay the entire money to that particular bidder or the concessionaire. He'll construct it, and thereafter he'll leave the place. So, but the problem is that because these are heavy investment projects, we have to ensure that they are managed, they are operated after the construction also. So here, so that we are using the concept of HAMS, that hybrid annuity model. So in this, what we are doing is that during the construction phase, which is approximately 2 to 2.5 years, we pay him only 40% of the construction cost. Whereas the 60% of this cost, 60% of the construction cost will be paid over next 15 years, along with the operation and maintenance cost. So this will ensure that at least all these STPs, they function at least for next 15 years. Otherwise, what will happen is that all these, if you say that, if you follow the normal models like EPC, etc., then difficult to ensure that they are maintained or operated or efficiently after the construction. And for one more thing, sir, the payment after the construction period, it is linked to the output parameters. So if only the treated water quality meets certain standards, then only the concessionaire, the contractor, he'll get the payment, otherwise not. So, yeah, next slide, please. So the governance structure of the mission, that National Mission for Clean Ganga, sir, we have the apex body of National Ganga, headed by the Honorable Prime Minister. Its members are Honorable Cabinet Minister of the Government of India and the Honorable Chief Ministers of the states, sir. Right now, sir, we are operating in 5 states. Namely the Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, West Bengal, Jharkhand, and Bihar. And very recently, sir, we have sanctioned certain projects to Madhya Pradesh also. And by the way, sir, we have been operating in Delhi also. And then we have, sir, the another at the next level is Empower Task Force, which is headed by Honorable Minister for Jal Shakti, and it comprises of the principal secretaries of the states, and again it's a coordination body among the different ministries. Then, sir, after that we have the executive committee and the governing council. Now the EC is responsible for the approval of all the projects, sir. And incidentally, sir, it is the only mission which has the Director General of NMCG has the power to approve projects worth 1,000 crores, sir. It need not have to go to the cabinet, sir, for approval, sir. Then we are having the state Ganga committees. They are headed by the chief secretary of the states and the principal secretaries of the concerned departments. Again, it's for coordination, sir. And then at the lower level, at the bottom level, we have the district Ganga committee headed by the district magistrates of the states, and the DFO is the member secretary, comprises certain nominated members, and then other departments, sir. Next slide, please. And these are the shots of 2 NGs. 2 National Ganga Councils have happened so far. So first was in Kanpur, another one is West Bengal, sir. And so as I mentioned in my earlier slide, sir, it has been recognized as one of the 10 world's restoration program by the UNEP, sir, in the COP 15 of CBD, sir, Conference on Biological Biodiversity in Montreal, Canada, sir. That's seen by its sheer size of the program, sir. If you see, next slide, please. Sir, if you see the difference, sir, in 2014, by the way, sir, this priority 5 is more polluted than I mean, the priority 1 is more polluted than the priority 2 area, sir. So what is happening, sir, if you notice that 2014 to 2020, over the period of 8 years, for example, the Haridwar to Sultanpur stretch, it has moved from priority 5 to not polluted. And then similarly in UP from Kannauj to Banaras, that Varanasi, it has moved from 3 to 5. And similarly in West Bengal, Triveni to Diamond Harbour, it has moved from 5 to, it remains still in 5. So there are certain stretches still polluted. Otherwise, it has shown a significant improvement in the water quality of River Ganga, sir. That's what I want to show here, sir. Next slide, please. Sir, as I said, we have been collaborating with the Wildlife Institute of India in assessing the impact of improvement in the water quality on the aquatic wildlife, namely the Gangetic dolphin and other aquatic this wildlife and the fishes, etc. And their assessment has indicated that the sightings of the Gangetic dolphin has gone up significantly. Sir. Earlier, there used to be very few sightings, but now it has gone up significantly. That's their assessment so far, sir. Yeah, next slide, please. Sir, we have been trying to motivate the farmers for this natural farming. So natural farming, the difference, sir, so far we were promoting, so in most of the country, we have been using chemical fertilizers. Some of them, they use organic decomposed, but still they use certain amount of chemical fertilizers. We have been trying to motivate the farmers for this natural farming. You don't have to use anything from whatever is available on the farm that you to use. You only use that in the agriculture, sir. Now in here, the input cost goes down. Therefore, your profit gets higher than as compared vis-a-vis which you were getting in the case of chemical or organic farming. We have been through this institute in Hapur, sir, that the national. We have been trying to motivate these farmers through these training programs. Yeah, next slide, please. And again, sir, that if you see, sir, sludge, as I mentioned, sludge, it can be used as a water, that soil conditioner, as if you with the addition of certain elements, I mean certain nutrients, it can be used as a fertilizer also. That we have been working on with and we have certain MOUs with Patanjali and with other institutions trying to standardize and with all the certifications, so that and then for wastewater also we have one center of excellence with the Energy Research Institute Delhi. So we have been working on that, how we can make the reuse of this treated water. And about 6 months back, sir, we have issued the national framework for the reuse of the safe reuse of treated water. And by the way, so that this reuse, the treated water can be used in power plants, in horticulture, then in construction industry also. And we have been trying to influence the behavior of these builders and other holders to make use of this treated water. Next slide, please. Then I mentioned that we have Jalaj livelihood model for these communities located on the banks of River Ganga and its tributaries. Then we have, in about 2 weeks, sir, we'll have one marketing center in Delhi, sir, at INA, sir. to market all the handicraft items produced by these local communities. Then we have emotional trust for culture and heritage, sir, that for promoting this culture, heritage and tourism, sir. It has compiled all the information, sir, on the culture, on all the tourist spots are located along the length of River Ganga, sir, and we're trying to promote this culture tourism with the Ministry of Tourism, sir. And then again, we have all these these voluntary cadre of Ganga Doot, Ganga Praharis, who are involved in the reporting of any killing or poaching of aquatic wildlife or aquatic animals in the River Ganga and its tributaries and to the concerned authorities. Next slide, please. Then we have, sir, launched one River Cities Alliance of all the cities located on the river bank, so that they'll have common problems. Platform provides them opportunity to express their ideas, share their best practices, how to control, how to abate the pollution in the River Ganga, how to so that all they can have the river centric development. All these things, sir, we are trying to promote. We have this. Next slide, please. And very recently, sir, we've signed an MOU with the 49 universities, sir. That was to create awareness on water conservation in general and river rejuvenation in specific, sir. And so that, and we have been speaking to certain universities to include this wastewater treatment and etc., sir. So, next slide, please. And these are the international partnerships that we have with Germany, Denmark, Israel, Netherlands, UK, then World Bank, then Japanese International Cooperation Agency. These are different, then with UN and GIZ, etc. Different international agencies with which we have the collaboration, technical partnerships. Sir, Delhi is also, sir, Delhi, you must have seen the Yamuna. Yamuna is a major tributary of River Ganga. So, as on today, sir, we are having this, we have our STP at Rithala, sir, Okla. Okla is under construction. It will be operational by December, sir. And it's a very big size STP of 564 MLD capacity, sir. Only it slightly smaller capacity than Coronation Pillar. So the total capacity is something around 1200. So we have our presence in Delhi also. We have been, so all these will be operational.
Dr. Kohli, what kind of percentage of total sewage treatment we would be able to achieve by 2025? Any idea on that?
Sir, total NMCG by 2025.
For the nation as a whole, for the nation.
For the nation, sir, it will be something around 7,000 MLD, sir.
In terms of percentage of the treated.
Percentage, sir, I do not have, because there are other agencies also, sir. Like the housing and urban.
Accurate data in this respect is not available, but I'm sure it must have been compiled. We want to ensure that as our economic progress grows, we also are able to effectively increase the total commitment to treatment of sewage and wastewater, industrial wastewater. Yeah, okay.
That figure I do not have, sir, right now, sir. Yeah. Next slide, please. Then we have some of the STPs, sir. These are massive structures, sir. If you see the Okla site, or even the Coronation Pillar site, which is just near this model town, sir. The next slide, please. So we are working on Hindon also, sir. So in about next 2 to 3 years, you'll see some significant water quality of Hindon, sir. Because Hindon, it happens to be a very polluted river, sir. So that also we have taken up because earlier, sir, we were working on the main stem of River Ganga, but recently we have moved to the tributaries.
Yes.
And now we are working on the major tributaries of this, which are very polluted, sir. Again, priority areas, heavy we take up the highly polluted than to less polluted, sir.
I'm
So the
sure it-
Hindon,
I'm sure it may already be under consideration, but the dirty drains that are spoiling our rivers, including Hindon and Yamuna from Noida, Greater Noida, as well as in fact from Delhi, East
Sir.
Delhi as well as the main Delhi, these are to be looked into from close quarter because these dirty drains, apart from untreated sewage, often carry untreated industrial wastewater also. And we need to perhaps pay much greater attention. I'm sure it must be part of the overall mission of rejuvenation of
sir,
Indian.
sir, yeah, that's why, sir, because earlier we were working on mainstream, but now we are moving to the other
Mhm.
tributaries as well. In Delhi also we have a good presence, sir.
Right.
And the Hindon also we have taken up as a challenge, sir. In 2 to 3 years, you'll see a difference in the water quality, sir. Because, sir, a STP takes about 2 years to construct, and thereafter only the results can be seen, sir. So right now we are working on its DPR, sir. So yeah, next slide, please. So then again, all our these STPs, sir, they look very good. The way they have been painted, sir, although they do a very good job of purifying the wastewater, sir, but then they are nice to visit also, and the massive structures, sir, that whether it is Barrackpur, Patna, and next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, so these are some of our ghats. Banaras, then Patna, Chandigarh and Haridwar you must have seen, sir. Next slide. Then again in Kanpur, sir, Atal Ghat, then Sahibganj also, then even Bulandshahr, that Bhragu Ashram Ghat is funded by Namami Gange, sir. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, that's all, sir, I have from Namami Gange, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful presentation and for doing
But a
such a
great,
wonderful.
great job has been done by Namami Gange, and we are very proud of you and the team Namami Gange spearheading this great mission. I was personally highly impressed while I visited, in fact, Ayodhya recently. The ghats of Saryu have been so well prepared, and the water of Saryu, I'm told, has been very greatly improved, in fact, because of the treatment plants that have been commissioned. So must be the case in very many other places which you have mentioned. And I'm desirous to see that our rivers would be rejuvenated by treatment of the wastewater, as well as for conserving the fresh water during the rainy season to the best of our ability, with increased storage space, as well as, in fact, increased waterways and canals of the kind which we can always bring out for our great rivers. And of course, interlinking is a bigger mission that also require. But the success of all this will also depend upon the mass movement that we need to create involving public as well as corporates and people from the industry, so that all together understand that water is the lifeline of for our survival, and each one of us have to pay our greatest respect actually to conservation, as well as ensuring that we do not spoil our freshwater reservoirs of rivers and water bodies. So that kind of water movement involves younger generation. And if we can take our students on board in the universities, in colleges, and schools in India, then this will be much better facilitated. So I'm sure the Namami Gange mission must be looking beyond treatment and taking people as well as the younger minds on board from schools to colleges and universities. But we thank you
That's why, sir,
for
we have
such a
signed
great
MOU with the 49 universities, sir, recently, sir, about 5 months back, sir, in April, sir, this year, sir.
We are so happy, such a comprehensive presentation. Thank you so much indeed for giving us greater insight into the great work being done at Namami Gange Mission. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So can I interact, sir? Can I say something? So in India, in fact, 35% this water is treating, that they are treating. And however, the developed country, they are treating 90%. So this is actual data that we have. I think if we can say from my side, I had also opportunity to work At Kanpur, in fact, Jasmo area, the tannery problems, I worked in 1995. I had one project from DBT, Department of Biotechnology, and you will be surprised to know that per kg chromium concentration was 700, you can say the milligram to 2000 milligram chromium, and pentachlorophenol concentration varies from 10 to 100 ppm, in fact. So that was the worst situation that I have observed in the tannery in 1995 and 96. That data that I have given it to DBT, and I also developed a technology also for them, how to remove it. And so another thing that I want to say that if you can move together with the valorization processes, if you have the sewage and sludge, whatever exactly it is, at the site itself, if you can treat it and you can make the product, then certainly this technology will be quite viable and everybody will purchase it. And in this way, you can reduce the pollution load also in the river. So this is, I think that one can think about that one. So should I say something about this? I can start this vote of thanks, if you will permit.
Yes, yes, please.
So first of all, I like to extend my heartiest thanks to Professor Sharma, in fact, Vice Chancellor of our university, for highly, in fact, inspiring talk. Professor Sharma, as you aware that he is a prolific orator, in fact, highly visionary person, and also great scientist, highly innovators, and all these things quality they have, and they have completely explained that how what are the basic problems and the measures. I like to extend my heartiest thanks to Professor Sharma, and also at the same time I like to extend thanks to Professor Vikas Madhukar also. I like to extend my heartiest thanks to Dr. Sri Vasisht ji for doing this wonderful work. In fact, I told you that how much tough it is to work for a river system, in fact. And he's taking a lot of pain for all these things. I hope that in future he would be in position to do it. His talk was certainly it's very remarkable and also very inspiring for everybody. With that one, I like to extend my heartiest thanks with my side and my university, and also the chancellor of the university, and also the founder president of the university also. So I'm really grateful to you, sir, that you came here, you visited our university, not visited our university, but on the virtual mode you in fact came. And maybe in future, in fact, that we would be in position to discuss with you about some of the things, so that we can also, you can come to our university also, you can see that how we are working on the wastewater treatment, on also the waste utilization and all these things in this university. So really, I'm grateful to you. Dr. Sanjana ji, perhaps I'm really grateful to Dr. Sanjana ji also, but because she did everything for the problems related to the environment, and that how it can be solved. I believe that she would be in the position to frame some of the tasks in the later stage. Parijat, in fact, Dr. Parijat is also, she has done the wonderful thing as a wonderful thing. With that, and also I think that Dr. Sanjana ji, there are several peoples, in fact, who is working in this group. I'm really grateful to them also. So with that one, in fact, I like to extend my heartiest thanks to each and everybody. And also you have seen that a lot of, in fact, distinguished professors joined from different universities, including my professor. I told you that Professor Barsni, Professor Prabhat P.K. Singh ji, and other peoples also. I can see that Professor Devraj also joined, and Dr. Yadav. So thank you very much for everybody from my side. I think Dr. Sanjana ji, you can initiate another session also. Thank you very much from my side, and thank you very much for that. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Vasisht ji, for coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Thakurji, for your for giving the vote of thanks. And thank you so much, Professor Vishesh ji. And our guest of honor, Dr. Rajendra Singh, is having some technical issue, so he would be joining little late in between the session. So we will wait for them. But before that, we will start our first technical session, that is inclusive rivers, ensuring access and availability of rivers resources for all, which will be chaired by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P.B. Sharma, sir. Sir, over to you. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, as a part of the Innovation Week of Amity University, Haryana, as I said in the beginning, nothing could be better than pooling together the best of the minds of the country of our own eminent scientists from great institutions on a topic so important relating to the water conservation, revival of our holy rivers, and rejuvenating, in fact, the water bodies in our country. And therefore, in the first panel discussion on inclusive rivers, ensuring access and availability of river resources for all, we have eminent panel with us comprising of Professor Varshney from JNU, Professor Sri D.P. Mathuria ji, Executive Director Technical from the National Mission for Clean Ganga, the Namami Ganga Mission, Ministry of Jal Shakti of Government of India. We also have Professor Prakash Prabhat Kumar Singh ji from IIT BHU, my very dear friend who is deeply committed to the revival and rejuvenation of rivers of our great country, and also water resources expert, Professor M.L. Kansal, with whom I had great affinity from his days at Delhi College of Engineering before he moved to IIT Roorkee in the Water Resource Development Center. And he is one of the tallest personality in terms of understanding the importance of the reliability and efficacy of management of water resource network and so on. So I'm so delighted to have such an eminent panel, including Professor Varshney, the father figure of our missions to conserve our river and preserve them and revitalize them in India. I'm so delighted to have our eminent panel and request Dr. Sri D.P. Mathuria ji from Namami Ganga Mission to kindly make his presentation.
Kansalji, you want to say something?
Sir, if you kindly permit, I have to attend another selection panel.
Right.
Just if you give me 5 minutes.
Kindly permit, can we request Professor Kansal to come first? Yeah, Professor Kansal, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, but thank you, sir, for your kind permission, and thank you, Mathuria ji, for bearing with me. Mathuria ji is my good friend of mine, and thank you, Amity University, for giving me this opportunity to share my views on the various aspects. This topic is very important and very much relevant to the society. And if I just think about that, the past, present, and future, if I give one word for the past, our past was outstanding, and we are proud of our past, that what we had. The present is little worrying, because we have to worry about that how we have been dealing with the rivers. And the future, we definitely, I hope that better future we shall have, because we have to think of our future generations. As far as the past is concerned, if you see at the time of independence, we had the more than 50,000 meter cube per person per year, the water availability, which has now reduced to almost 1,400 meter cube per person per year, out of which the usable is only 600 to 700 meter cube per year per person. Right, so that is the situation, and we are already under water scarce conditions. On the other side, the most important from our spiritual and cultural point of view, that we always call it as the Ganges, as the Jivan Dayani, Ma Ganga. So we have used the two words, the Jivan Dayani as well as the Ma. So just like our mother, which is very close to us, there cannot be any parallel to mother. Similar to that, our rivers are that there cannot be anything which is more important than the rivers. In fact, in India, if you see all the names of the rivers, all names are on the part of the goddess or the mother. So all rivers are, we treat it as like the mother. So whenever we face any problem in our life, we always try to reach our mother. And always by nature, we always say, oh Ma. I mean, whenever we are in worry, we always remember our mother. Similarly, for the rivers also, that whenever we face any problem, we think of the rivers. Even our learned people, the Munis and Rishis, they also went to on the banks of the rivers for doing the tap and the jap. and then they get the satisfaction in their life that about the things. As far as in India we are concerned, there are more than 200 small and big rivers in the country, and Ganga itself is more than 2,500 kilometer length. And in fact, when we are saying that Jal Hi Jeevan Hai, in fact, if you see that our body has more than 70% of our body by weight is water. And even our brain, more than 90% of our brain is consisting of the water. So without water, there cannot be a possibility of any life. Even on the moon also, we are looking for water, whether the water is available at the moon or not for the survival of the life. So that much is the such importance of the water. If we go in our the mythology or the holy texts like the Rigveda, Ramayana, Mahabharata, everywhere we have the name Ganges. And we feel that the bathing in Ganges relieve us of away our sins. And you might have noticed that even during the Kumbh Mela of 2023, more than 22 crores of people, they took the holy dip at Haridwar. So like that, we worship the rivers, we understand. Our forefathers have also understood the importance of the river Ganges. And if you see the various hydraulic structures which have been built across the river Ganges, like the Tehri Dam. Tehri Dam has changed the life in the northern India. It is in fact the lifeline of the entire northern India. It has given us the power of 2,400 megawatt capacity. It is irrigating 270,000 hectares per day. And it is giving more than 1,000 million liters of water to Delhi and UP and Uttarakhand for drinking purpose, right? So much things have been given by the rivers to us, and we should be thankful to the rivers for and the nature for giving us so many things. But what we have done to the rivers, the problem as of today is that lot of landslides are taking place, and landslide muck is going in the rivers. The mining problem is there because of our greed. We are mining the unscientific way the rivers. The various anthroponic activities and commercialization of the areas have been, you might have seen in Himachal and Uttarakhand, so many hotels and buildings have come up on the banks of the rivers, which has given way. And then first we are doing a bad thing with the river, and then we are criticizing that, oh, that flood has come, that has damaged so much infrastructure, and it has caused the loss of the life and those things. In fact, nature is not responsible for that. We ourselves are responsible for that. And then, of course, the pollution aspect, Professor Sharma has also mentioned, and a lot of pollution we are causing to the rivers. Then the flow extreme, it is quite natural. If we are not caring for the nature will take its own path, and lot of flow extremes like the floods and droughts are going to happen. And then the issue of the e-flow or the ecological flow or the environmental flow, that also is very, very important. And when we are not having the proper environmental flow, then naturally the pollution is more than the self cleaning capacity of the river. So that's why we are facing problem. Then what will be the future? In the future, I think we have to go for the nature-based solutions of the pollution. We should go for, definitely, we have to look for the nature-based solutions without using much of the chemicals. I know the Namami Ganga is doing outstanding work. Even I have seen at Haridwar, that is the Jagdishpura plant, they are not using any chemical. That is more or less the very acceptable type of the things. Then we are, I hope in future we have to think of the floodplain zoning, effective floodplain zoning, right? So if some of the areas which is a red zone from the flood point of view, then no human activity should be allowed. I think NGT and even the Honorable Supreme Court is coming into the picture, and they are trying to ensure that, and we have to think of that one. Then we have to think of the river authorities, because rivers doesn't recognize the administrative boundaries. And in that case, we have to consider the river as a entire river boundary or the catchment. So we have to go for the river authorities, which can think of the overall development and the overall issues of the river. Then we have to also think of the waste generation. In fact, we have to own the waste. Because as of today, everyone is thinking about the benefits from the river, but nobody is talking about that how much waste or how much waste we are contributing to the river. So I think in future, definitely we have to own the waste, and I think that the waste generation tax may be imposed in the time to come, and that tax or that money which the waste people are generating, so that should be utilized for the improvement of the waste or the pollution abatement type of thing. So we have to think of that. We have to go away with the mad race of the urbanization, the industrialization, and then we have to think of the lifestyle aspect also, that our lifestyle should be the pro water saving aspects. Then we have to think of the precise irrigation for the agriculture, and then we have to think of the deforestation and the greenhouse gas emissions and the climate change ramification and so on. So these are some of my viewpoints that we should keep in mind when we are considering this one. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Kansal, being precise and so accurate. Just one technical point I thought I must thresh out with you. When we talk of floodplains as well as riverfront development,
Right.
should we not have 2 or 3 level strategy? The first one should refer to those rivers which are originating from glaciers, like Ganga Ji, like Yamuna Ji, and Brahmaputra and others. While other rivers like Vetravati and Chipra and Godavari and others, they are not glacier oriented. They are originating from the earth's surface through the mountains and the aquifers, etc. So should our riverfront development and floodplain development strategy not be different for 2 set of rivers? For example, when I went to Switzerland, I saw the river Zurich. On both sides of the river, they have constructed a whole lot of good quality hotels and leisure parks and places for people to really roam around and enjoy the comfort and convenience of being on the bank of the river. While here in India, we are so damn scared to really utilize the riverfront of Delhi and East Delhi and stretch along. What should we do? I mean, in this respect.
Very rightly, you have pointed out that first point is that when you are saying about the hilly area and the plains, in fact, the problems of the hilly area are slightly different than the problems of the plain area which we are talking. And then the problems of the coastal region are different. So 3 major aspects are there. One is the hilly region, second is the plain area, and third is the coastal region. So all these 3 aspects should be taken in a different aspect. That is one thing. Second is the riverfront development. There is no harm in doing that one. The only thing is the riverfront development should be taking care of the nature-based solutions, like, for example, say drainage. The drainage and the treatment of the waste, that should be there. And there should be some nature-based solutions should be there so that it takes care of those things. But our problem is we are only talking about the commercialization of the riverfront development and those aspects. So that is creating a lot of problem, right? So there is no harm. Definitely we should do that part, but not at the cost of the nature or the the path of the river. That we should think of that.
I don't know, I'm not an expert on this subject, but given the opportunity, I would have constructed underground water storage all along Delhi stretch. And on top of this, I would have put good quality soil to have really good quality
Sir, we have done the work in that area. We call it as the rainy well or the infiltration gallery or the infiltration wells. So if we construct that one, naturally it will be acting as a natural treatment of the water. And if we are having that one, we can have the drinkable water. For example, we have done for the Mewat region, the 3 rainy wells we have designed, and that has provided the water, drinking water up to the 75 or 100 kilometers away from the river Yamuna, right? And that can be done. The only thing is that energy requirement will be there. So we have to think of the energy also. But we can think of nowadays the hybrid system, the solar system and the other conventional system. So if we are going for the hybrid system, And then we can think of the self-sustaining unit for the water. Definitely when the plain is alluvial plain, we can use the groundwater, which is getting recharged from the river, right? So that is a innovative approach. I think that is quite useful. And in German, people have been using, even at Haridwar, they have installed the rainy collector well, Even in Haryana, the Sonipat and Karnal and these areas, they are also constructing the radial collector well. Even the New Delhi railway station is getting the water from the radial collector well near that the bridge that near IP extension part. So I think that is very useful. We can think of the innovative solutions for that.
Very good. I'm sure lot more can be done, and we
May I
need
say something,
together
sir?
of the
This is,
mind share. So, yeah, Dr. Yadav.
Yeah.
yes, sir. Thank you, Professor Kansal, for your broad perspective about this Ganga river. I just want to understand from you that Ganga is a really holy river and we all worship. But still, after the introduction and launching of this Namami Ganga project in 2014 by the government of India, the funeral pyre is still there in some parts of the Ganges across the country. And that is also a major source of river Ganga pollution.
Yes,
So
yes.
why not after 8 years of this project, it is not complete control over this funeral pyre in the Ganges?
Yes, I think these two aspects are there. I know that Namami Ganga is doing wonderful job, and they have started the electrical crematoriums, right? So that is very useful, but still because of our belief in the religion, we are not accepting that. When the acceptability is little poor about that. Second is even the conventional fire system. In that also, they have designed a system in such a way where the consumption of the wood is also less and the pollution is also less. That type of thing is there. The problem with us is we as a part of the society, we are thinking that waste is not our concern, and out of sight, out of mind type of thing is there. For example, at the crematorium, sometime I was going through the system that people leave the cloth of the deceased person just outside the crematorium or at the crematorium. That also again finding the way to the river. So instead of that, one NGO was there which was taking care of those, taking the clothes, then washing and refurbishing those there. And then we have in the country, we have so many people who need the clothes. So we can use that cloth. Even those people, they are making the mattresses for the pets. So that type of how we can create the wealth from the waste, that also is the other issue.
I'm sure
But yes,
lot more-
definitely that acceptability is the issue.
Thank you, Dr. Kansal. A lot more insight into this would be thrown by Mr. Mathuria ji, who is looking after the water pollution under the Namami Ganga mission. Our biggest concern at the moment is the Aviral Dhara of Ganga ji and Yamuna ji. Aviral Dhara of Ganga ji must flow throughout the year and should meet the Hind Mahasagar, Hind Mahasagar, yes, at what you call, in fact, near Calcutta. So we need to ensure that throughout the year, River Ganga is allowed to flow. Aviral Dhara is absolutely necessary for the purity and for the respect that we have for the holy river. How far the construction of dam has reduced the capability of the Ganges to flow throughout the year with the kind of might and courage with which it was flowing earlier. I mean, these are some of the issues we'll take up from the but thank you so much indeed for joining us all the way from
Thank you, sir.
University of Roorkee, which is IIT Roorkee today. I know IIT Roorkee has spearheaded the cause of water resource management from the distant past till today. They are, in fact, our brains, in fact, in respect of giving us thoughts and technology in this respect. So we thank you so much for sparing your valuable time.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I now move to Namami Ganga Mission Executive Director, Sri Mathuria ji, and request him to share his insight into how are we going to ensure the availability and access of good quality water for our 1.4 billion people today and many more tomorrow who would be joining us because our population is on increase. Our lifestyle is consuming a lot more water than our forefathers did. We are also accustomed to RO water, which is also the way to waste the fresh water to a great extent for our good quality RO water for drinking and several other issues, including the pollution that is directly flowing into the river. What are we going to do in future to ensure that our nation smiles and smiles with the availability of good quality drinking water as well as water for our industrial and social needs? So over to you, Sri Mathuria ji.
Good morning, sir, and thank you for. I'm indeed obliged that I've been given this opportunity to present my views, share my thoughts on this very pertinent and important subject and contemporary as well. I've been hearing to what my colleague earlier had shared while giving the keynote address on the achievements under Namami Gange program with broad objectives of the program. So I'll not be repeating those things. I'll try to be beyond that. I'll be sharing few. If you allow me, I'll share a presentation and only a few slides out of those presentation, so that that provides me an opportunity to clarify some of the previous queries that have also come. That has also been spoken. Just a minute, sir. I think my screen is available. Am I
Yes,
right?
available.
Yeah. So I'll start with my first slide, which tells us about and will in fact partly answer, provide answer to the title of the today's technical session, which looks at water resources, access to all the citizens, and how and what the government is doing. In fact, if there have been key government initiatives in the Indian water resource sector, that is undisputable. Started with formation of a unified Ministry of Jal Shakti in 2019, and it brought major departments of the government which were dealing with water under one ministry, and the government has really been serious on that count. If we look at allocation, it is extremely impressive. Approximately 12 billion of US dollars have been allocated during this financial year to Ministry of Jal Shakti, and then various programs, very ambitious programs have been launched with the government. Many have been spoken during the address by Professor Sharma, Vice Chancellor. Namami Gange program, as of now, which is ongoing since 2014. We have Smart City Mission, we have Swachh Bharat Mission, Urban Rural. We have Amrut 2.0, we have Atal Bhujal Yojana, we have Jal Jeevan Mission. These are very, very ambitious schemes with equally ambitious estimated budget outlay for those schemes. And then there are all to link people to all those programs. For example, I made mention of one, Catch the River campaign. We started in 2021, and it is a voluntary kind of a initiative to bring people together, to instigate them, to mobilize them for rainwater harvesting type of programs. And 2021 alone saw about 4.8 billion of rainwater harvesting structures created or maintained out of no budgetary spent from the central government. So, and then there are number of ministries, departments who have been providing key funding to all those programs. So this is an overview of how the water resources access to the citizens shall be made available. Water in the form and quantity which is suitable for human purposes, human use, and for variety of other uses. That is a crux, sir. And at this stage, I'll also like to move to the next slide of mine. This issue Professor Sharma has raised as to what is the quantity of the pollution that our country produces and what is the level of treatment that we are able to offer. if we look at the figures of 2010 and 2021, these are the figures which have been compiled by Central Pollution Control Board, sir. Urban sewage generation in India in 2021 is approximately 72,000 million liters a day, out of which the treatment capacity that is available is close to 32,000. That is approximately 44% is the capacity that is available. That means about 56% there is no capacity, so it goes untreated. This capacity has tripled over last few years. That is one thing. So we cannot say that country is groping in dark. It is clueless. Country is working with certain direction, with certain sense, with certain vision also. And the problem in this treatment capacity is the available treatment capacity is that out of this 32,000 treatment capacity, approximately only 25,000 million liters a day is operational. So rest is non-operational for a variety of reasons. They could be technical, they could be operational problems and so forth. So approximately 28% of the sewage gets treated in the country. That is a state of the affair, and that is really a sorry state of affair. And obviously the earlier slide showed the commitment of the government to do away with this problem, and it needs continued concentrated steps by all, not only government, but by the population, by academia, by everyone. In fact, everyone is a stakeholder in this yajna. And one important thing I want to mention at this stage is that industrial pollution, although is said to constitute certain minuscule percentage of the total pollution that is being generated, but it is too clumsy, too complex a problem, because the nature of pollutants that come out of industries, as well as the constituent of the pollution, happens to be very aggressive. Well, with this background, in fact, for the Ganga, sir, a lot has been spoken. When we say access to the water resources, I'll like to focus on two things. Water resources is one part of the entire paradigm of water, and another important paradigm happens to be the rivers. So utilization or development of water resources can be one vertical, but equally important is to look at the riverine systems. They shouldn't get deteriorated. They should remain an integrated natural heritages as we have, and we should be able to pass those heritages to the future generation. So these are two different, verticals, two different paradigms which have to be aligned, which have to be stitched cohesively, and therefore I like the audience to my esteemed panel to just gloss over the name of the ministry, which happens to be Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation. Now, Department of Water Resources, River Development, these are two different paradigms. These are two different verticals, and they have to be looked in a mutually cooperative, cohesive manner. Development of the resource goes together with development of the river as an entity. That is the objective of the ministry at large as of now. And therefore, these programs like Namami Gange or National River Conservation Program, which looks at other river basins in the country apart from Ganga, happens to be very, very important, because until unless we have a cleaner riverine systems, we have an riverine systems which is cohesive and integrated, we cannot think of development of the water resources. Quickly, I'll present this slide. This program Namami Gange has traveled a journey since 1985. I am very sure everyone remembers the time of the earlier government of our Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi, when Ganga Action Plans were launched somewhere around 1985. This journey started from Ganga Action Plan 1, Ganga Action Plan 2, followed by National Ganga River Basin Management Authority. Then we had National River Conservation Plan. Then we have this Namami Gange program, which have different authorities at central and state and district level. and one of the authority happens to be National Ganga Council. When this program of Namami Gange was conceptualized and approved by the government, a lot of learning came from earlier endeavors and approach of the government from Ganga Action Plan as well as Yamuna Action Plan, etc. And they have been duly incorporated. Now, this initiative, as I'm saying, sir, this governance structure which looks at this entire program is 5-tier. At the apex is National Ganga Council, chaired by the Honorable Prime Minister of India. Then we have an MPAR task force headed by the Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti. We have a governing council as well as executive committee, which takes all the decisions, administrative decisions, as well as financial decisions. It is an empowered committee, a highly empowered committee. Then we have a parallel shadow structures, committees, authorities at state level, called as the state Ganga committees. And then similar to what our constitution says, we have impregnated similar kind of institutional arrangements, authorities at district level headed by the district magistrates at the districts, which are known as district Ganga committees. And this entire structure is functional, governance structure is functional and kicking as well. So that is a good thing. And then this program is trying to address the commitment of the nation to sustainable development goals. In fact, 9 of them are being committed through this program, as well as 10 restoration principles of the UN decade. And it is also fulfilling the mandate of the Rio Convention. So we are, while we move towards our journey, we are well conversant with the compliance to these international conventions. And as earlier my colleague has earlier mentioned, various achievements and accolades have come during our journey since 2014. We have been adjudged as one of the top 10 World Restoration Flagship by UN Decade in 2022 at Montreal during COP summit. And this has come a big way. This has in fact really boosted our morale. And then we got an invitation for participation in UN Water Conference 2023 through a delegation led by Honorable Minister for Jal Shakti. And the achievements, the learnings that have come through this program were presented. Now, there have been, as I'm saying, there have been some major success that as well as achievements which are visible in form of improvement in river water quality. I recall even my discussions with various at various fora and in various judicial tribunals as well. There is a common refrain from almost everyone, which in fact the baseline of which happens to be that common men should be able to feel the success of the program by adjudicating that the water happens to be clean in the river Ganga and its tributaries, and that is what is being tried to be showed in this slide. In fact, when the program started, there were certain polluted stretches on the main stem. There are 4 polluted stretches. Now, out of those 4, 2 have been rendered clean. They are non-polluted, and 2 are although polluted, but they are in the mildest category of the pollution. And we are quite hopeful that with the projects that we are implementing, the sewerage assets we are creating, these stretches will also be done away with. And one of the biggest indicators of health of the river happens to be biodiversity. There have been notable and appreciable increase in improvement in biodiversity, not in terms both in terms of number of the sightings of gangetic dolphins, gharials, turtles, but also a variety of other species. In fact, 65% of the river happens to be the hotbed of diversity, river and diversity, and this is one of the indicator which is continuously taking an upward trend. Now, I think this has been presented, this has been told. The program has 5 different components. Nirmal Ganga, in fact, it's an integrated conservation mission. So the 5 components happens to be Nirmal Ganga, keeping the river clean. Aviral Ganga, keeping the river, maintaining the continuity of the flow in the river. Jan Ganga, ensuring participations, people's participation in this endeavor. And Gyan Ganga, continuous flow of information, investing in research, knowledge building, knowledge management, etc. And then Earth Ganga, this is the 5th component, which looks at providing sustainability to the efforts of rejuvenation of rivers through creating a bridge of economy and livelihood in these efforts. This is how the program is going, and I wanted to present few innovative practices that have been attempted under this program. Quickly, I'll go through it. And Nirmal, I'll not touch Nirmal because I'll like the esteemed audience to look at the graph, how this treatment capacity is being upwardly pushed since 2014. Since the start of the program, you'll see the graph used to be very flat. It happened to be very flat during the earlier years till March 2021. And all these projects are now nearing creation, nearing completion, and we are targeting a capacity creation of a capacity of approximately 7,000 MLD. And this capacity shall be able to densify all the Ganga towns on the tributaries, important towns on tributaries and main stem with the sewerage assets, and providing an arrangement for running and operation maintenance of the assets over the period of next 15 years. So that shall bring us close to the call which forms the core objective of Amrut 2.0 as well, that nothing untreated should get into rivers, water bodies and drains.
Mathuria ji, taking it to 70,000 by 2025, are we trying to say that almost 100% treatment would be achieved, or we would still be short of?
Well, yes, I'll be very categorical in saying that our own assessment figures that we have worked out has led us to believe that 7,000 from the Namami Gange program, and the balance which we are trying to map through Amrut Smart City, Swachh Bharat Mission Urban and Smart City Mission, shall be able to close this gap. I'd like to tell sir that all the 10 Ganga basin states, 11th I'm leaving, Chhattisgarh I'm leaving, all the 10 Ganga basin states generate about 20,000 million, 20,000 plus 11,000, 31,000 MLD of the sewage. And we have an existing generating capacity. We have capacity that is under construction, under planning, and in pipeline. So this we have an entire, we have in fact mapped the entire data. We are working with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs as well to see that this gap gets closed by 2026. Very true.
Because the effort today could be two-pronged. On one hand, we reduce the pollution load. On the other hand, we increase the treatment capacity. And two together that way, perhaps could help us to achieve our target of 100% treatment and zero abatement actually of the pollution.
Very correct, sir. You are correct, sir. And our concept, our thought is aligned in the direction. Whatever treatment capacity we are advancing, it is to cater to the sewage generation load of year 2035. That means we are looking at the futuristic generation, so that while we construct these assets, it shouldn't happen that more of the sewage remains to be treated at our hands. So we are quite aligned. We are quite sensitive to this problem. Well, this another innovation I like to present before the expert panel here is hybrid annuity model. First time hybrid annuity model was introduced for sewerage schemes. The good thing about it is that we need to invest only 40% while creation of the capital sewerage asset. Rest is annuitized during the period of next 15 years. Now, say for example, I have 100 rupees available at my disposal. I can build equivalent of 2.5 sewerage assets out of that money. So that is a good thing. And then there is a change, there is a shift of approach from creation of asset to better governance of the asset. So we are investing more for sustainability of these assets by providing 100% operation maintenance funds. And then we move the next step further. We try to integrate all the greenfield and brownfield projects through a one city, one operator concept, so that a single concessionaire, single developer, single gentleman remains responsible for all those systems in one go. This I have spoken.
In the
And-
sustainability model, how much we have given concern for reutilization of treated wastewater?
I'll be coming, sir. I'll be coming. Just I'll not be spending much time on this because already Mr. Vashisht has done that. I'll only like to present something on industrial pollution. As I've said, it is one of the very jiddi type of pollution, and it needs to be abated with lot of vision, lot of understanding, lot of scientific inputs. What we are doing is we have mapped entire grossly polluting industries in the Ganga basin. All those industries are annually monitored by involving technical institutions. In fact, we have at our disposal about 24 technical institutions in form of IITs, NITs, CSR institutes, etc. So annual inspection happens, and then the surveillance on those industries is maintained. This has led to increase of compliance of these industries to the environmental norms. One thing, it has led to a generation of less effluent, less BOD, and overall reduction in the pollution. Third important thing that has been done is that various important industrial sectors were looked, for example, tannery, paper and pulp, distillery, sugar, textile, and chemicals. And charters were devised. These charters were devised for implementation, and these charters are being used to look at the process interventions in these industries, so that not only the quantity of the pollution, but also the utilization of the water in these industries is reduced. It has in fact been reduced. And this framework is now being tried to be replicated in other river basins in the country. So now coming to the, because as I've said, we are on the target to densify these assets in the river basins, and we are very close to closing the gap in availability of the treatment capacity and generation of the waste. Next target happened to be reuse the treated wastewater. Now, how we started was we formulated and notified national framework on treated use of the treated wastewater. It's short of the policy. We didn't call it a national policy because already since we had a national water policy of 2012, so it made no sense to call it a second policy. So we called it a national framework. It is to instigate states to adopt a similar framework. It looks at various paradigms for safe use of treated wastewater. For example, it looks at setting out principles and planning and design of projects for reuse. It also looks at what can be the various provisions and in form of incentives or disincentives alike. And then it obviously, as I've said, it instigates, it in fact asks the states to adopt it. And what has been done is, for example, as I've said, in industries, the effectiveness of reuse is, for example, in paper and pulp, the generation of black liquor 100% has been stopped. So those kind of things have happened. But more important, what I'm trying to tell is that in the thermal power plant sector, we have identified 23 thermal power projects of NTPC and state generating units. And all these thermal power projects, through an MOU with Ministry of Power and with NTPC and other organizations, we are very close to completing preparation of DPR, and I'm quite hopeful that we shall be able to push the tenders for these reuse initiatives in another 3 to 4 months. So that will be a major shift in thought of in our thought process towards looking at the wastewater and treated wastewater for the use. So this is happening, sir. And investing in bioremediation for in situ treatment. Professor Kansal did spoke about it. These are nature-based treatments. We have been investing in these kind of initiatives, nature-based initiatives, to see that wherever treatment is not possible or time doesn't allows us to go in for treatment, and these kind of stopgap arrangements are available. Certainly, we are investing in real-time as well as manual monitoring of the river water quality. 76 real-time stations have been set up. Data is being thrown, data is being compiled, analyzed, etc. We have started a program of environmental technology verification through our own knowledge technology partner in form of IIT Kanpur. We have created Center for Ganga Management and Development, and together with them, the CTV process is to introduce innovative and new technologies, vet them so that they become part of the usual program of tendering, etc. And certain good technologies have been invented out of it. Aviral and Jan Ganga, I'll not speak because they have been covered by my colleagues. And I'll immediately now come to one initiative on River City Alliance. In fact, we started this alliance of bringing together urban local bodies. In fact, sir, urban local bodies are quite too incapacitated. This is a highly technical subject. They don't know much about it. So they need some kind of a hand-holding. So we brought together these River City Alliance with an aim that every municipality should have an urban river management plan. River and water bodies in the core, as a core focus. So that river, when it enters an urban area, it is able to deliver the water as good as what it received. So we have, as of now, 139 cities which are part of this alliance, apart from one city from Denmark, Aarhus. And this is one initiative which is bound to provide a platform to our urban local bodies. And this has really triggered a lot of interest in UN Water Conference as well.
Sir, I request because of this time constraints, kindly.
I'll be closing.
Thank you so much.
And before I close, I'll be touching on the floodplain zoning. Certain issues were raised by BC, sir. In fact, sir, this is a very tricky, very complicated subject. We started with bringing together states to at least understand, adopt this river floodplain zoning concept. State of Uttarakhand did notify it. UP also has notified it. We have come out with a guideline, technical guidelines. We are trying to bring about a change in notifying through legal process the floodplain zone, so that activities on the banks of the rivers, whether they are riverfront developments or construction or holding the fairs, cultural festivals, etc., they are held in a regulated and understandable manner. So with this, I'll stop, sir, and thanks for providing me this opportunity, and thanks for being patient to listen to me. Thank you.
Mathurya, thank you so much indeed for such an exhaustive, comprehensive, and highly meaningful presentation. We are now convinced that our nation is moving in the right direction, and we together with you, which means the universities of India as well as the Namami Ganga Mission, along with our city authorities, can do a great job to move our nation on the pathways of water security and protecting and revitalizing our rivers of India. I was particularly happy that the City River Alliance is being talked about. It's very important for us to take the city authorities on board so that the unabated urbanization does not do the kind of damage it had done in the past for our rivers and water bodies. I think it's a great idea. And we are very happy and thankful to you for sharing the insight into your futuristic program of Namami Ganga Mission. Thank you so much indeed once again. Ladies and gentlemen, I know the time is a real casualty, and I have such high quality experts who have so much to share their wisdom cultivated over decades of their work in this area. Professor Varshney, I know from the time I joined Delhi College of Engineering as the principal in 1990, Dr. Varshney was actively pursuing in those days the water resource management as well as, in fact, the pollution in general. So I really wish to hear from Dr. Varshney ji how far we have come and how could we go with courage, confidence, and conviction to assure that the rivers are revitalized and India once again enjoys the benefit of holy rivers of nectar which were flowing during our time when we were young. So how are we moving in that direction? We'd like to pick up your brains. Professor Varshney is one of the senior most, in fact, colleague we have in the area of water resource technologies and water resource management. So with great respect and reverence, may I take the opportunity to invite Professor Varshney to share his words of wisdom with us at the panel discussion today. Over to you, Professor Varshney, sir.
Thank you, Professor Sharma, for your very kind words. And I must thank you, first of all, for inviting me to this very important discussion on Innovation Day, relating to the most vital aspect of our human survival, that is water, and more particularly the rivers, which are the main suppliers of this water for our agricultural output, as well as for our own, I should say, biological needs, or that is to really quench our thirst. Before I start, I want to congratulate you for making your campus a zero discharge campus. And I think that this should serve as a model for other institutions to really follow. And this is workable. And I think, and this is my request, that a case study may be prepared so that the others get encouraged, and it should be circulated either under the regime and the auspices of Ganga, Namami Gange program, or even otherwise for others to really emulate. That institutions have a responsibility, and it can be done with profit as well as with the convenience, and as well as with a commitment to the environmental protection. So I must congratulate you and your faculty for taking this initiative and giving us this opportunity of serving as a model for others to follow. And on this very important day, and the topic that is being selected is very, very vital. And I have few points to make. Many of things have been already said. I want to say that my involvement with the Ganga started in 1985, when Shiv Ramakrishnan was appointed as the director of the Ganga project. And the office used to be in Kota House. And he came to me in JNU to say that they are going to have a bi-national conference. In those days, bi-national conferences were the vogue of the period. So between India and US on the rivers. And I organized this conference at JNU, where the large delegation of about 25 US scientists came. And we also put together the Indian counterpart, and we discussed the problems of Ganga at that place, which lasted for 1 week. And it is this kind of projects which provided the background, or I should say, some kind of a foundation on which gradually the Ganga project and the Namami Gange finally project that we are talking about. I think most of the things have been said, and I want to emphasize on few points. The government and the country is looking forward to 5 trillion plus economy. An economy will not grow without adequate availability of the water. And the main source of water beyond the rainy season is only rivers. And I think that their Avaral Dhara becomes very important and critical. At the same time, we should also feel that not only our economy is going to grow, our population also going to grow. And therefore, the question of keeping the rivers clean and healthy, as well as full of life, is a continuing challenge. And what we have been able to achieve is fine. And at this point, I will also like to say that most of these treatment facilities that we have created are capital intensive. And not only capital intensive, they are also energy intensive. And I think energy needs are also going to grow. And more energy we need, the more water we need. So I think all over the place, our water requirement is going to grow. Now, the question is that the water that is available to us is limited because the rainfall is the only source. So if the water requirement is going to grow because our agriculture production has to grow, and because of the climate change, per unit of organic matter that we are going to produce or food grain we are going to produce will require more water, because as the ambient temperature is going to rise, which we are already witnessing, our water requirement both for agriculture and for human consumption will increase. So I think these are the constraints on which we have to work when we talk of the river and the future of the river. I would also like to mention, and you have already said, Professor Sharma, and other colleagues have also mentioned, that gradually the summer flow of the rivers are decreasing, and decreasing very rapidly. The reason for this is that the subterranean recharge of the river, which is going through the aquifers, is decreasing very fast, because most of the time it is the abstraction of the groundwater which is soaking up all the water which otherwise would have been available at down stretches for the river to really recharge itself. So I think that rivers are getting dry because the underground recharge is really minimal these days. So I think one thing, and also you mentioned about that, how do we take care of the extra water that we are getting during the rainfall? Well, the rivers have the natural tendency of flooding, and this flooding is very welcome because most of the upper Gangetic Plain is nothing but a product of river flooding. And it is most densely populated river valley that we have in the world. And I think it is also the granary of the country. So I think all this amounts to that we have to find out ways and means which are cost effective, in fact, which are only making use of natural resources and are effective at the same time, also require minimum managerial input to really see that this kind of a natural infrastructure is kept in good health, as well as it delivers what we expect from our rivers. Rivers also have a close relationship with our health, and most of the water carried or waterborne diseases are also responsible. I will allude to this little later, couple of points for the consideration of the panel. There are two or more things that I am trying to really bring here. Number one is that the natural treatment is very important, and one such way of holding water is by developing wetlands throughout the river valley or throughout the upper Gangetic Plain. And all the 11 states which have their contribution towards the Ganga, I should say, flow, they must really give a due consideration to the wetlands. Now, wetlands serve two purposes. Number one, they are the natural way of treating water with zero input of energy as well as managerial, and the biological diversity of these wetlands are really responsible for sustaining them, maintaining them, and improving the water quality. More than that, they really provide a very reliable source of groundwater for the rivers to really carry forward, particularly during the dry season. So I think this is my first submission. Most of the wetlands have been encouraged upon, and I think they need to be revived and they need to be given more status. And in this program, this kind of a treatment will require some amount of understanding with the local people and as well as in the program itself. So this is my first submission, that the water withdrawal from the summer season is also to be restricted. So I think some kind of a restriction and auditing on the demand side is also very necessary. I think crop selection becomes very important so that 90% of the water consumption is by crops. And once we reget the crop, then all this 90% water is lost to the atmosphere as evapotranspiration. It is only the liquid water which becomes available for us for recycling. And in this recycling, we will find that it is not all the crime that the ETPs are able to really treat the water completely. They treat only the organic loading as well as some kind of bacterial load they take care. But there are many other toxic elements which remain untreated and bypass this treatment process and are available in the river. To give you one example, most of the antibiotics are really bypass this treatment process. And once we have got increasing quantities of antibiotics, then superbugs are being produced, or at least the environment is created for superbugs to come. So I think here is another important aspect of the health and the river, which is very closely associated. So I think this is also we have to worry about. The other thing that we have to worry about, and we have to really be mindful, that there is a lot of plastic pollution which is taking place. And these rivers have become the, I should say, the highways for the plastic pollution to be dumped into the from the rivers to the sea. Plastic is becoming increasingly very, very complex issue. And it has been seen that in River Ganga, 26 to 28 particles per liter of microplastics are available. And in the sediments, about 500 to 800 microplastic per kilogram are available. And each year, billions of microplastics are really deposited from the rivers to the oceans. So this is something on which the water that we are drinking, which is supposed to be clean, which have got low BOD, and which is also having low loading of the bacteria, but still very high in the microplastics. And this microplastic comes through the food chain and so on. And also we should remember that the birds and the international migratory birds, our rivers provide very valuable habitat for them. And for this, it is important that the entire catchment area of the river, and particularly the floodplain, must be left to the river itself. And encroachment on the floodplain must be mapped out, and processes must start to really remove them and to leave them for the river itself, because river has a particular way of flowing. In some parts of the month, that is during rainy season, it swells. During summer, it shrinks. But this time, what we are observing, that during summer, rivers shrink much too much. And therefore, most of the places and some stretches, they become very dry. In fact, they have hardly any water. And all this is not good either for the people or the cities or otherwise. So to maintain a Avral Dhara, I think it is important that we should have a natural system that is known as the biological system available for recharging them, and wetlands are very, very important and crucial in this process. What about the future of the river? I think the future of the river also is part of the story that you have, and you would like to really discuss about it. And I have a few observations to make. Number one, that progressively rivers are becoming dry, and they will continue to remain so because of our excessive demand on the water. More than that, the sand mining is another very, very difficult process, and most of this is illegally taking place and is rampant. And most of the construction that is envisaged for providing housing to the growing millions and to other institutional development and so on, the road development and other infrastructure development, you will find that this kind of sand mining is all coming from the river, and it really spoils the river, kills the river, and it really makes huge amount of land subsidence which takes place on either side of the river, and we are losing very valuable fertile land which we need very dearly to meet our food requirements. So for water security, for food requirement, it is important that integrity of the river is maintained. River is a living system, and we have worshipped it. And I think that since it serves so many purposes of human needs and the industrial development, we have to continue to really depend on them. And it is important that we should take care in future. Last and the least that I would like to say is that programs like this must multiply fast. and must we contact and create an alliance through your, I should say, innovation cell that you are heading, Madam, here, and Professor Sharma's vision of this innovation cell. We should really see that all universities have an innovation cell like this, where we have to propagate the people about the value of the river and the resources of the river, which is not only water, but even the silt that the rivers bring is very fertile. And it is this fertility which has given the status that Gangetic Plains are the most fertile alluvial lands that we have in the world. So I think this distinction can only be maintained if we are able to. With regard to the sewage, I think that we have to rethink. The time has come where we have taken initially this plunge, but I think it is time also to do some kind of a now innovative thinking, that whether this is the only way that we are going to treat our water, or are there other ways of doing it? Because here a lot of innovation is needed. ETPs are long, they were discovered long time back, and we know that not all of them work at equal efficiency all the time. So I think there are lots of hiccups, and I think we have heard that there are large number of ETP capacities there, but actual functioning is much less. And not all population is connected with sewerage system. So I think here is another problem. So I think that the natural system of treatment is through the wetland, and which is quite effective, efficient, and it's silent, and it is very passively done. And wetlands are known as kidneys of the nature. So let us make use of these kidneys of nature, and let us make good health of these wetlands. And let us, I know that Namami Gange program is quite sensitive about and is also concerned about wetland, but I think this concern has to really multiply and grow, and must see action and allocation as well as association, and its popularity must be taken as an important aspect of a public contact system or whatever you may have. And I would like to also mention that it has been seen that by the end of this century, you will find that the frequency of flood in these rivers are going to increase, which is going to threat the cities and the villages and the towns which are on either side. And the sixth assessment report of the global IPCC makes a very clear mention that by the end of this century, you will find that the river flow is going to increase very drastically because of the monsoon, which is going to behave in a very, very different way on account of the climate change. Now, this kind of a understanding and futuristic thinking has to be woven in any plan which really makes, or which has to do with river conservation, rejuvenation, and to ensure Avral Dhara and Nirmal Dhara. And the last point, that the earth, the last pillar that is being added this year is the earth, what is known as, which was talked about, where the farmers have to be told as to how natural ecosystem or natural cultivation can be done without the use of fertilizer and pesticide. And this kind of natural agriculture has to be propagated on a very large scale, both the villages and the agricultural fields in the catchment area and beyond the catchment area. Now, this will save a lot of fertilizer importation and the kind of subsidy that is required and the kind of global warming which is involved because of the petroleum product and others are used. And all this is going to be cut down if we really promote this natural farming. And natural farming models will differ from place to place. And for that, I think a great amount of work is needed, and universities must take up within their.
Thank you so much indeed, sir. Thank you for your words of wisdom. So
Thank you.
important today for us to understand that the issues of rejuvenation of rivers are directly interlinked to climate action plan, as well as our plan for climate resilient agriculture. And I'm sure this is something which is very, very important. And Namami Gange Mission, I'm sure, must be thinking in terms of an integral approach involving the climate action people as well as our agriculture resilience. So we wish to thank you. Time is running short. That's why I
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for.
And we value every single word of your advice in this matter, Professor Bharsne. So grateful to you. Ladies and gentlemen, moving further, can we now have the privilege of inviting Professor Prabhat Kumar Singh ji from IIT BHU, another very tall and distinguished researcher in the area of water resource management and river front rejuvenation and rejuvenation of rivers of India, who has associated himself with the Namami Gange mission for many years. Kindly, Professor Prabhat Kumar ji, please share your words of wisdom at this point. Thank you.
Namaskar, sir. Namaskar to all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir. Sir, I just request that please be precise to your content. Thank you for your cooperation, sir.
Yeah. Whether my slides are visible?
Yes, yes, visible.
Yes. I will take, just around.
Go for the slideshow setting if you can, so that full screen could be possible. Just click at this icon, जो cup shape का बना हुआ है नीचे, इसको click कर दीजिए.
Maybe it's difficult for me.
Okay. चलो जितना है चलेगा, आप इसको चलाइए.
Okay. I'll just take around 10 minutes to go through this, and then we will open for the discussion.
Sure.
I will start with an invocation from Bhagavad Gita, which says, Yad acharat shrestha tad deva taro jana, sa yad pramanam kurte lokas tad anuvartate. Whatever great man performs, common men follow. So, as an example which Professor Sharma has showed today, Amity University has created a good success example. And that is what Professor Varsne was also echoing, that we have to go for creating success stories. Today's discussion is very much interesting and timely. We are seriously thinking about rivers and rivers in India, how we have done till now and how we have to go ahead with that. I really appreciate the kind of learned panel there was, and I have been put into there. I feel, honored in that way. My starting point of discussion will be that we should start, of course, as we should talk of rivers as it is. Let us care for river health. We have talked so much about water and water resources and river resources, or related, giving some meanings of Earth Ganga, Gyan Ganga, many things are coming together. But let us talk more on rivers, and rivers as such, as it is a natural resource. So rivers are natural resources. And once we start extracting various meaning out of that, that becomes too constrained on selfish. And my third submission is that let us have a list of civil engineering in rivers. I'm myself a professor of civil engineering, but I want to caution that the list of cement and sand and concrete should go into the river environment. 5 gross elements of creation, earth, water, fire, and these, they should be in an interactive mode so that they take care of themselves and they will remain healthy. This is my initial starting point. I'll go here. One public news item was there in UP and Bihar, around 176 smaller rivers have dried. Are we sensitive to that, or do we have? When I was a student at IIT Kanpur, at one point of time, it was told to us that whether IIT Kanpur has any contribution to the national growth. And from that time onward, many things came from IIT Kanpur, even including this Ganga River Basin Management Plan and all. So when this kind of news items are coming in national dailies, what is, as an academic leaders or institute of national repute and whatever, what are our responsibility on that? So how do we, take? I'm just taking a reference of this Niti Aayog report in 2019, which has prepared a composite water management index, CWMI, on a 0 to 100 scale. And they have put all the states on this water management index from 0 to 100. The green are good performing, yellow are medium performing, and the red are the low performing state. So my Uttar Pradesh has got 39 marks out of 100. Bihar has got 38 marks out of 100. Rajasthan could get 47 out of 100, which is on the top of the low performing states. And to my great surprise, the state of Delhi has got 20 marks out of 100. This is none of our reports or academic reports. It is Niti Aayog's report. So how do you look? How do you take your own responsibility when these kind of reports and informations are available to us? So we have learned, what we are thinking, we have to learn from the leaders like Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh, and we have to focus on the low performing states like Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, and Bihar and Delhi. We are considering this time. Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, and Delhi has 23 number of smart cities in this area. So how we can concentrate on these cities? DP Mathuriaji was very happily, sharing with us. We have an RCA, River City Alliance. So if we work more closely, more coherently, possibly we can help the river system in that way. We at IIT BHU, from 2019, we started we were given an assignment to make futuristic 100 years vision. And there we started thinking about healthy and happy rivers in India. Unlike the pollution, talking about the pollution, we started talking about the river health and happiness of the river. We did first international conference in 2019, and then second, we were talking about our small rivers, River Varna and Asi in the Middle Ganga Basin. So, and subsequent to that, these, our expert talks and connectivity with the state government and central government, we started working of 75 small rivers of Uttar Pradesh. Government of Uttar Pradesh gave us this assignment, how we can work on the revival of 75 small rivers of this state. And we started working with the leaders. We understand, and in our philosophical domain from Banaras, Varanasi, we understand what we say, the value of Guru and Guru Parampara. For me, IIT Kanpur, I have learned from IIT Roorkee and IIT Kanpur. So working with the leaders, we took all these 75 rivers, and IIT Kanpur was the leading institution. IIT BHU and BBAU and then NIH we joined, and then we produced a report which we are diagnosing where is the problem, where lies the problem. As Professor Bansal was saying, agriculture is the biggest user, and we are extracting large quantity, unrestricted quantity of water. So today our rivers are, for most of the time, suckers of surface waters. Rivers do not have water because they provide, porous media or, places. I will bring another point in my discussion. Our cities, as Mathuriaji was talking about, our cities are the life givers for all of us, all the population. We have higher amount of energy, GDP, income, economics, and everything. However, when river passes through these cities, we observe that, these cities are no more the assets to the river. They are not the helping hands to the river. Rather, they are coming as a stress creator to the river. Just to give an example, at IIT BHU, when we did some work on river health assessment, what we found that the river health index, which we have created on a 0 to 100 scale, the river health index was decreasing from 82 in Rishikesh to 72 in Hardwar, and then it comes down to 58 scale at Kanpur, and Allahabad, it rises a little bit to 65, and Varanasi 65, and goes up to Patna 63. So if we can see the profile with moving along the city, our river health index is decreased. I mean, you may question some of the formulation or whatever discussion we may have, but then we have to realize the fact of life as on today. So what I understand where we need to work. As a city, there are 3 or 4 things coming in a world across. People are talking about water sensitive cities. People are talking about principle of water wise cities. And then we have something called water smart cities. Nothing special about these words, sensitive or wise or smart, but then choosing the clue from the time. IIT BHU, is joining that. Can we think of water smart cities? Because we are already going with 100 cities in India towards smart cities. So when we were talking about this water smart cities, these cities should be by themselves a unit of understanding and estimation. And the cities must be water positive to start with. If we have to water smart, we have to be water positive first. So there are 14 smart cities in Uttar Pradesh, 4 in Bihar, 4 in Rajasthan, and 1 New Delhi. We have to work very closely with these state governments and municipal systems, how best we can, as an academic institution or intelligentsia, how we can help them to improve their water management system, or what we say, the river health itself. Our target remains 2. 1, regeneration or rejuvenation of smaller rivers, and then the 2, restoration of river health wherever we exist. So in the coming days, in the next month, we are going to organize this RHR 2023, what we say river health assessment to restoration 2023, between October 12 to 14. And I take this opportunity to invite all occasion. My final way of submission is a few points. Let us choose our strength for co-creation and contribution. We cannot be even an evaluator or examiner to each other. We will not pass or fail anyone. All of us are existing and drawing our existence from the nature and the nation. So let us work together. Let us take our responsibilities in our areas of existence. For example, if Delhi is faring bad, if it is getting 20 marks out of 100, let Delhi or Amity University should take the lead. The whole nation will cooperate with you, and we are already there. The third point which I wanted to make to Mathuria ji, we are doing really great job in the Namami Gange project. However, what I feel a missing element, can you consider, if you are thinking about one city, one operator model, can you think about adding one educator also in the trio group? Because you have to have a permanent setup who keeps you advising and evaluating and suggesting you. One city operator may go, but then the educator remains there. IIT Delhi is not going to fly away, or Amity University will exist over there. So can you add one responsible organization with each of your initiative there? And then finally, competence to confidence. We should move from competence to confidence. Let us not bring it down from competence to contract. Institutions should not be brought under contract. They should be honored. Their wisdom should be honored in that way. And then my final, as Varanasi, Banaras Hindu University, I will say, choose your gurus and work for the rivers. We have to select a guru, and under those guidance, we have to work. Every site conditions are different. So as our, cultural heritage says, cultural ethos says, हमारी एक कुल की परंपरा होती है, हमारे हर स्थान का एक अलग अलग महत्व है, उसकी ज्योग्राफी अलग अलग है, उस कंडीशन में क्या एप्रोप्रिएट होता है वो हमारे कुल गुरु ही जानते हैं। इसलिए किसी शहर में कौन सी योजना चलेगी, कौन सी योजना सफलता की तरफ ज्यादा तेजी से बढ़ेगी, कौन उपयोगी होगा, इसके लिए हमें एक कुल गुरु की तलाश करनी चाहिए। कोई भी योजना के साथ हमें एक न एक गुरु को अवश्य चुन करके रखना चाहिए, ताकि वो हमें रियल एक्सपर्ट के पास ले जा सके, जिसके पास वह जानकारी है, एंड देन वी कैन डू आवर थिंग्स इन ए बेटर वे. टू माय अंडरस्टैंडिंग, वी कैन have a better model and better way of better successful, venture in our efforts. So from that side, I'll stop here. I will welcome any question if you have. My final word is that we are trying as IIT BHU as a centenary vision without expecting anything with our own missions and vision. We are working for healthy and happy rivers of India. Namami Gange, Ganga remains in our heart. We are not talking about river Ganga. We never name. It remains in our heart, but towards the mission, we are always working towards healthy and happy rivers in India. Thank you very much for your precious time.
Thank
So
you
nice.
so much indeed, Professor Singh. Thank you so much for your words of wisdom. Smart cities, water positive cities are absolutely essential for tomorrow's assured green future for a nation like ours. But alongside with the water smart cities, we must also pay attention to water smart villages and water smart village clusters. Because as has been pointed out, much of the water is utilized in agriculture as well as in fact in the rural areas. And we need to go rural with scientific mind and technology innovative solutions to ensure that the smart village clusters, which are positive in water and conserve water and take great care of the water resources, also become a reality. While the smart cities and tomorrow's urbanization should really take on board water security as one of the most important parameters for futuristic planning and development, it would be absolutely essential for us to take on board our rural areas also, because much of the damage to the riverfront and river bodies has been done primarily because of the lift irrigation and unabated use of fresh water for agriculture. So that is also an issue, and I'm sure the planners of this nation today understand the importance of moving from competence to surely commitment and conviction and resolute actions which are to be taken on top priority. We are in good times when the government of the day is firmly committed to make India a developed country in respect of not only economic growth, but also in respect of the happiness and good health of environment and people. And therefore, I think this is a good time when the universities and research centers of our country could join hands together with Namami Gange mission and missions relating to water security for our nation and push the layers of tomorrow's development along the directions of water positive development, water secure development, and development where we understand the importance of water conservation, rainwater harvesting, treatment of wastewater, as well as competently and confidently use the treated wastewater also. And I was very happy in this session to hear from Namami Gange that the national standards are being drawn for reutilizing the treated wastewater. I want to see a day when the local authorities become a part and parcel of this effort, and in every household, apart from the connection of the fresh water, you have connection of the treated wastewater also for your toilets and wash basins, etc. And that way, I think a lot more service can be done. I feel truly delighted that I'm sitting in a campus where we are a totally water secured campus. We are treating the entire wastewater and utilizing every single drop of treated wastewater back into our campus utilization. We are also harvesting extensively the rainwater. We have 129 rainwater harvesting pitches in our university campus, and not a single drop of rainwater is allowed to go without harvesting. And these kind of efforts are making us smile. While we are maintaining good quality of water, we are also maintaining good quality of air in our campus. I took the count of air quality last evening, and I was so happy that on PM 2.5, the air quality measurement station, which I have, SAFAR station in my campus, were telling me that it is 16.5 microgram per cubic meter, below 20. And on PM1, it was only 3.5 microgram per cubic meter. PM10, which relate to dust largely, was also around 60 microgram per cubic meter. All the year round, we remain at least thrice better than the Millennium City and 4 times better than the national capital. So we can maintain good quality air and oxygen-rich campus alongside with water security. We could lead by example, and surely we'll work out a case study at which can be circulated. In my view, all IITs, including BHU and the IITs, BHU, and all other IITs, NIT campuses, central universities, and large private universities can be made water secured totally. And therefore, extensive rainwater harvesting and treatment and reutilization of treated wastewater could put lesser pressure on the water, already scarce water resources of our country. And all these efforts together, along with the great national effort which is being put together in the National Ganga Mission, would yield a tangible benefit, and the future generation of India would be able to say that yes, the future is green as well as secured, and the quality of air as well as water is as good as is required for survival for 100 years. Good health life, which our forefathers have ordained to us. So thank you so much, all my learned panelists, for giving us food for thought, as well as actionable point from your learned presentations. I'm sure Dr. Sanjana and her team has taken note of the learned council in this respect, and we shall work out the meaningful recommendation that will flow to the national mission and national body in this respect. So thank you, Dr. Sanjana, for giving me this privilege to chair this session, and thank you all my learned panelists, Professor Prabhat Kumar Singh ji, Professor Varshney sir, Professor Sri Muthuria ji, as well as the very first speaker, Mr.
Kansal sir.
Prabhat Singh and Kansal ji.
Yes, Dr. Kansal, and also the one who was right in the beginning, in fact, with us, a graduate of Delhi College of Engineering in the opening session, Mr. Vashisht, and all my learned speakers to follow in the next session also. A warm welcome to you, Professor C.S. Dubey sir, a learned person in his own right from Geotech, having tremendous amount of interest on water security and water resources, currently Vice Chancellor of Kumar Mangalam University, is here to chair the next academic session, and my learned panelist in that session. I extend to you a warm welcome to Professor Tiwari, Professor Anshuman, and to Mr. Saldan Rana and Dr. Bimal Singh. Thank you for sparing your valuable time for us, and I look forward to a highly enlightened and meaningful panel discussion which is to follow from here. So thank you once again for giving me this opportunity to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Sharma, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Haryana, for your exceptional leadership in chairing this session and for sharing your profound experience on rivers. Thank you so much. All panelists' contribution have greatly enriched this particular discussion on this topic, which was on inclusive rivers, ensuring access and availability of river resources for all. So we are very grateful to have with us now Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor C.S. Dubey from K.R. Mangalam University, whose extensive experience in rivers, in river engineering is truly invaluable. Professor Dubey will be serving as a chairperson for the second panel discussion and take the discussion further with this esteemed panelist. We are grateful for your participation and look forward to your valuable insights during this discussion, sir. We have Mr. Anshuman, who is a director from Water Resource Division of TERI. We have Professor K.C. Tiwari, Professor of Geoinformatics at Delhi Technological University, and Dr. Bimal Singh, Professor of Geology at University of Delhi. I request Dr. Parijat to kindly read their brief profile, please. Thank you so much. Over
Our
to you.
esteemed panelists of this session are Mr. Anshuman, Director, Water Resources Division of TERI, who has been working in the field of water sector since last 26 years. He is an MTech in Energy and Environmental Management from Indian Institute of Technology. His expertise in the water sector lies in the areas related to integrated water resource management, water use efficiency, water quality, and quantity assessments, where he has carried out several comprehensive research studies. He has executed related projects, presented papers at national and international fora, and has relevant national and international publications. The next panelist is Professor K.C. Tiwari, who is an ex-Army colonel from Corps of Engineers, Indian Army, who is currently a professor of geoinformatics at Delhi Technological University. Professor K.C. Tiwari also served in Rashtriya Rifles, which are deployed in terrorist-prone areas in Jammu and Kashmir. After more than 22 years of meritorious disciplined service, he took premature retirement and joined as principal of a private engineering college in Delhi, and then moved to DTU in 2012. Professor Tiwari is also core team member of Team Atulya Ganga, the objective of which is to monitor the Ganga River over next 10 years, spread awareness, and provide an independent assessment of the state of River Ganga on their website. The last panelist of this session is Dr. Vimal Singh, who is a professor of geology at University of Delhi. His research focuses on understanding the long-term landscape evolution and drainage reorganization using tools of tectonic geomorphology. For past few years, he is also working on understanding the principles and dynamics of the critical zone in the Himalayas. He has 33 publications in journals of various international reviews and various book chapters. He has also been editor for many renowned journals. He has successfully completed 9 research projects and has under his cap the 10th project of Ministry of Earth Sciences. The session will be chaired by Professor C.S. Dubey, Honorable Vice Chancellor of K.R. Mangalam University, Gurgaon, and Professor Emeritus at the Sri Sri University, Cuttack, Odisha. Professor C.S. Dubey formerly worked in Department of Geology, University of Delhi. Professor Dubey does research in geological, environmental, and neotectonics, geohazards, and environmental pollution studies. Presently, he is working on anthropogenic effects of river engineering in northern India. Welcome to all of you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Professor Dubey, sir, for sparing your time and be with us today. And a very warm welcome to you, and warm welcome to all the expert panelists. Thank you, and over to you, sir. Professor P.B. Sharma, sir, a few words from you.
What a great privilege and honor to have Professor Dubey with us this afternoon, chairing the panel discussion, so important. Professor Dubey, I have known Professor Dubey from my days at Delhi College of Engineering, and I always found Dr. Dubey to be deeply devoted to the cause of pursuing the frontiers of science and technology for the benefit of our great nation. And for this panel discussion, nothing could make me more happy, because a more profound understanding of remote sensing and geotechnical aspects, in my opinion, is absolutely important in order to rejuvenate our rivers. I was asking myself why our rivers have gone dry, and one of the answers came that we have not taken care of the groundwater aquifers, which were charging our rivers, in fact, so well in the past. So a lot more can be dug out, and I'm so happy, Dr. Dubey, that you have spared your valuable time out of very busy schedule as the Vice Chancellor to be with us this afternoon. A warm welcome to you on behalf of entire Amity University, Haryana. Over to you, Professor Dubey, to chair the panel discussion this afternoon, please.
Thank you, Professor P.B. Sharma. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you very well.
So I have shared my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, we can see your screen.
So, as I have been given the target for this kind of panel discussion, which is a great discussion. I have been hearing the whole discussion for the day. And I have also hearing the views of Professor P.B. Sharma and, the type of database he has collected, and he's been discussing the questions has been raised based on the database, and I'm very happy for that. This panel discussion is basically, I could see here, is for reviving rivers, approach to restoration, rehabilitation, and long-term sustainability. Now, this is a very, very important and close to my heart title, because reviving rivers is the most important thing, especially when you see the Ganga and the other rivers. Why this is coming? Yeah. So I know the esteemed panelists with me, Mr. Anshuman, Professor K.C. Tiwari, I know him, Mr. Leo, and Dr. Vimal Singh, Professor. He was, when I was in Delhi University, he was working a lot on landscape and river drainage with Professor Tandon. And then he himself pioneered in the issue and has a lot of publications on aspects. I wish to start with the, some of the aspects. When I was young as a lecturer in the Delhi University, I saw a lecture from Russians. And the Russian scientists have been doing a lot in this. What they do is when the river changes its direction. And when it changes direction, it generally leaves the old river channels into outside the main river channel. So what they were doing is they were trying to revive the river channels by bombarding the places, the slopes and the other areas, so that they can change the river channel and continue the river channel. So the whole system of which has been written very nicely over here about the rehabilitation, which is close to the, always close to a river, that restoration is kept constant with them for a long-term sustainability. Besides that, canals development is a old process, which I will discuss I will take 3 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes for starting. So I will just show you a small, one of my you can see here, I've just made these lines, red and green and yellow lines, they are drainages in the Gurugram area. And you see these green are the first order drainages, then the second order, and then you go the bigger drainage system. Now, and you can see Gurugram in between. If I put the land cover on this, I'm just putting a land cover on this. So this gray black is a land cover. Let me see if I can have it on that. Yeah. So, sorry. If I could, so what I wanted to show here is that when we put the land cover over here, the whole drainage is, covered by the land buildings and other places now. Now, this is very serious issue when your first order drainage and the second order drainage, which show that far they are very sparse in the, if you see here in the system, they are already very sparsely located. And they are almost paleo channels because these nalas and rivers, nalas and small nalas, we are not able to see. And if you cover these nalas and you make the buildings on this, your system goes from first order, it starts beginning to end. And you don't have water for your drinking purposes, for your other purposes. So my point of view is that it is very essential to restore this data and to restore the system in the plain. I have another example from my own work, to give an example to show this. You see the old rivers, if you see here, just here, this is an old 1765 map compiled by Alexandria, that is 3226 BC map compiled by others. You see, Sidras is actually called as Satluj, and it was flowing somewhere towards the east. And now it is no more flowing towards the east, it has changed its direction. If this is Bias, and it has seen. And you see in this one, you can see there were so many rivers which are from Shahabad and other places. So all these rivers like Drishtavati, Markande, which we call Saraswati, these all were part of Ganga basin. And now they are no more part of the Ganga basin, Yamuna basin. they are not related to the Ganga Yamuna. So if we see that how the people, so we try to make a map with all these cases, and we can see that if you trace them in the older maps, you all see that these are the way the river was moving towards the Yamuna and they were touching the Yamuna plains. And this was Firuz Tughlaq, who actually did engineering in this. And you can see that these black lines, he had used the canals and he took all the water to Hisar. And from Hisar, he was putting a lagan on the water system and giving the water. But you know, it has shattered the total river water system in the area. And you see all the archaeological sites, if you see, were close to the rivers. And you see, if you see in the middle of this as diagram, there's a space where the people were living, but now there is very few people living in this space. And slowly, these rivers are being diverted, one towards the Ganga plain, Yamuna, all diverging towards the eastern side, and the Indus, Satluj, and others diverging towards the western side. What does it show? That maybe if we use water, groundwater, and the glaciers melt in say 200 or 300 years time, the Ganga, there will be only one Ganga plain left close to the Himalaya, and there will be one Indus system with from Satluj onwards to the western side. So the whole system will become a barren land, and finally a desert. It is going to become a desert. So restoration is rehabilitation, and the origin, all are linked together. I think we have very best people who will give about this, and I will request Madam to ask the first panelist to please give his views on this.
Sure, sir. Definitely.
Sorry to interrupt, just a piece of information. Because of the time constraint, I would request all the speakers to please try to wind up within 10 minutes. Thank you.
And so should we start the discussion, or sir, would you like to say a few words, Professor Dubey?
No, I've already said.
You have said already. Okay, thank you so much, Professor Dubey, for your truly inspiring and exceptional gracious address. And I think that this topic is very close to your heart, because you were so happy while sharing all this information. So your presence and wisdom have enriched all the gathering, and we are immensely thankful for the insights and inspiration which you have just shared with us. Now we will be starting with the panel discussion, sir. And first, we have Mr. Anshuman with us. Mr. Anshuman, over to you, please, who is from TERI. And we are looking forward to listen to your inspiring words. Over to you, Mr.
Anshuman. And great to see Professor Dubey as well. And also thanks to Amity University for the opportunity. If I may, I would want to kind of share my thoughts through a presentation.
Yes.
I hope you can see my slide.
Yes, we can see your slide. If you can make it more, make it on like.
I made full screen. Can you see?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you expand your presentation, please?
I wanted to mention about the river perspective. See, there are many challenges, and one of the things that we often tend to forget while we are working on various specific, needed priorities, is that the rivers need to be managed holistically, and that's something that I want to emphasize through my thoughts. If you look into the kinds of state that we have, we are at one hand worshipping the river, which is very good, but simultaneously we are doing this. We are polluting the river water bodies. Historically, if you look into where we were into polluted state. There are various kind of data and information which tells us that we have been on a polluted state. But unfortunately, despite a lot of efforts that are going on, I am appreciative of that, and I think all of us are. But we still continue to see the river pollution to be there. And as recent as 2022. The CPCB reports tells us that out of the 1920 river locations monitored in our country, we still have around 43% to be in a polluted state. If you look into Ganga, which we have been talking about, several of these stretches, especially between Kanpur and Varanasi, and also parts of West Bengal, you see a lot of these polluted stretch in different dimensions of toxicity and concentration. Now, what have been the reasons? I don't want to go into too much details, but largely if you look into the kind of reasons, they are basically the treated or untreated or partially treated domestic sewages, which have been finding their way into the river water body, and therefore a lot of pollution on BOD and heavy metals and pesticides, etc., including the coliforms and microbiological organisms, which you keep finding into the water body. But it's just not the pollution from the organic and domestic waste. The other challenge for the river is also about the non-point source of pollution, which possibly we haven't talked about today, which needs to be focused upon. And also the lean flow, which we also kind of call off as minimum ecological or environmental flow required by the river to be there, has to be as well maintained. And such is the state for many of the rivers in our country. Yamuna, most of us who live in Delhi are very much aware about the kind of state of the river. While the treatment capacity has increased by the Namami Gange program, which has been going on, but still in terms of quality, we have still alarming state in terms of in terms of the compliance of the water quality parameters. The point I'm trying to highlight is that we need to go beyond just the infrastructural investment.
Hello,
and,
I'm there, ma'am.
And look into the integration of other factors which are critical, for example, institutional, financial, social mechanism to facilitate a holistic prevention and pollution of prevention of the pollution of the river. We also haven't talked about, for example, plastics. One of the information that we have is about a significant proportion of plastics finding way into the ocean through the river water bodies. And if you look into our country, somewhere around 2 to 20,000 tons per year is what gets out from our rivers into the oceans. And we haven't even talked about the emerging pollutants and so on and so forth. But if you look into also the state of wastewater treated, again, the latest information that we have is the capacity that we have is around 37%, which is of course improving with the intervention from the ministry and then MCG. But the capacity treated until 2021 was around 27-30%, and there's a significant gap into different cities if you look into in terms of what is generated and versus what is treated. Now, what I want to emphasize is that we need to look into this entire perspective much more holistically and inclusively. While pollution is a very important factor, we have to look into that. That's a major thing we have to address, and things are going on for that. But we also need to look into the water use efficiency, which puts the stress on the water quantum of the river. How are we using? If we are inefficient in water use, it actually leads more withdrawal of water from the water bodies. So we need to look into that. We need to have an integrated approach of water use in terms of conservation and wastewater management. We have talked about it in previous sessions. I would also want to emphasize on the existing capacities of the agencies which are maintaining and managing the water bodies. So there's a need for training and capacity building as well, updation of knowledge as well, inclusive solution by involving a wide range of stakeholders, not just the managing entities, but also the citizens, the agencies which are managing and treating the water bodies. There's an institutional coordination which is required, financial reforms, which is also about, for example, water pricing, which needs to be looked into, as well as incentive and disincentive mechanisms. Besides, of course, the information management, which is to do with data in real-time data generation, correct data generation, and its usage for effective decision making. So all of these are very important component of an integrated river basin management. And therefore, if you would want to kind of look into what are the key opportunities or key interventions one would talk about as far as river rehabilitation or conservation is concerned, I'll take an example for something that we work for Ganga rejuvenation. The first is identification of a systemic issue and development of a policy implementation frameworks. A lot has been done. I don't believe that we are lacking policy. It's just that the implementation is a challenge. Then, of course, tackling of point source of pollution from various sources, domestic and industrial, but also non-point source of pollution. Managing and maintaining the minimum ecological flow. You might recall in 2018 that the ministry and the NGT, basically Honorable NGT, came out with a kind of guideline of having minimum ecological flow for all the rivers in all the states. I think they prescribed around 15 to 20 percent of the flow, lean season flow, to be maintained. So that's something that as well has to be looked into in our management plans. And then, of course, the integration of conservation, wastewater recycle, reuse, participation of the stakeholder for ensuring the sustainability of the intervention, and as well as monitoring and information management for, more importantly, decision making, effective decision making. All of these are very important components, and I wanted to emphasize on that. One thing that we haven't talked about is about river basin approach. Now, it's very important to understand that, if we are talking about river basin, it's not just the main stem that we should be focusing on only. River is basically a basin system, and we need to have a river basin approach. In terms of looking at it, I think we need to have a dynamic assessment of what is available to us in a particular water cycle, and based on that availability, we need to have a rational allocation based availability and priority, based on availability and priority, as well as adequate pricing. And this, it should integrate as well the interventions on water demand management, which is all to do with conservation, efficient use, etc. Wastewater treatment, of course, we've talked about it, but monitoring simultaneously and having a policy and guidelines which takes forward the recycle reuse perspective more effectively, something that I would emphasize in the current context. And then, of course, increasing the capacity. We need to possibly try and move away from centralized storage system to more about decentralized storage systems, which is easier to maintain and actually would have much better opportunity for water to be available across the basins and the length and breadth of the country. Managing floods, managing sediments is all something which is part of the priority areas of the river basin management. I mentioned about the demand management. I will not talk about it, but then the regional intervention, especially between the transboundary, states or countries, is as well as important as any other intervention. So therefore, joint operation, joint monitoring, joint management, benefit sharing is something that we need to look into as well. I'm being very brief about it. We can discuss any detail that we would want to, but just to kind of highlight a few points from these interventions. On tackling point and non-point sources of pollution, I think what is important beyond coverage, complete coverage of the sewage for providing last mile connectivity to the sewerage facility, and of course the treatment of the entire generated wastewater, is also about the technical interventions which are low cost and energy efficient options which we can explore for. We heard about nature-based solution as well. These are all need to be integrated towards the current approach and future kind of prospects of our management of river basins, besides also policy on tackling non-point source of pollution. One thing that I also want to emphasize is the perspective of how we are sourcing the water. We need to have developmental plans based on the carrying capacity of a particular region. Any water body would not have kind of water infinite. We need to look into what is available and therefore allow development based on the carrying capacity. What is the availability of water? Gurgaon is a classic example how we sort of looked into development but forgot about the resources. Water is just not there. I mean, there's very scarcity of water over there. Groundwater table has gone down. Most of those who are there, they would understand this. But then, of course, the different nitty-gritties of how we induce rainwater harvesting, groundwater recharge, enhancing water use efficiency. I'm not going into details of all this. We possibly know that, but these are all part of the river basin management. We heard about Earth Ganga. Valuing water resources is very important. And I would emphasize on the fact that, unless we have a rational pricing of water in a manner which looks into the perspectives of all the kinds of societal tiers, it will not be a success. We need to look into this as well. And then, of course, educate, kind of encouragement through incentive and disincentive mechanisms. Multi-stakeholder engagement is very important. Not only the government and state government agencies at the central and state level, but also the knowledge partners, the local communities at the grassroots level, villages, panchayats, the RWAs in the urban setup and urban local bodies. All of these have to be part of the plan for river basin management. And then, of course, information management, which I talked about. I do want to give you one example where we at TERI have intervened. There are many others you might have heard about earlier. We have TERI NMCG Center of Excellence on Water Use, where we are, creating a platform for all the kinds of technology providers or in sharing of information and knowledge that can bring about a change for more efficient water use in the rivers and the basins in India. But I do want to give you a very quick example of something that we're doing in Barapula Drain in Delhi and Kanpur Jajmo. The idea is to look into a bouquet of technology that we are trying to employ over here, which is low cost, more nature-based and low energy consuming kind of set of technology, which is very effectively looking into not just the wastewater treatment, but also something that we have emphasized in the perspective of wastewater treatment as well as management is about recycle, reuse, as well as resources recovery. What we are trying to, come out with is this particular, set of technologies not just treats the water, but gives the water as for reuse, of course, but then as well generates energy and as well as nutrients and recovery of some of those metals which are otherwise a problem. So ANDICOS, I'll not go into details of this technology, but ANDICOS, which is basically a sewage, concentrated sewage treatment in anaerobic digestion, self-forming dynamic MBR, which is basically a pseudo layer. It's a organic layer than other layers which are used currently. Structured adsorbers, constructed wetland plus, we are using the constructed wetland kind of knowledge, looking and adding it, with much more technological upgradation to see we have much more higher recovery of heavy metals. And of course, photo activities is something which is there in the Barapula drain, which we are using to look into treatment through algal ponds and removal of some of these nutrients. And then likewise, various other technologies. But what I'm wanting to emphasize is that this is just not a technology platform or technology introduction for the abatement of pollution to the river, but also capacitating the agencies involved into the process. So we are working closely with the DJB and other agencies in Kanpur to look into how we can have real-time monitoring and information use in a better and more effective way for effective decision making, but also gathering their information and priorities and challenges and integrating them into the technological options and management options for the abatement of pollution for the river. And this involves a lot of co-creation workshops, stakeholder consultation in both the locations. There are a lot of documents which are available. I don't want to go into detail, but we are also involving the local citizens, or the farmers on ground into the survey, and basically capacitate them to look into how they can monitor the water quality on ground, and also about the wastewater safety planning, which is part of the health management angle of this particular project. This is the website where all the information is available. If there's any interest on this, and we are disseminating this information quite at all the scales. We've come out with a policy brief on as well, mainstreaming governance on water reuse and management with learnings from India and EU. And there are several other platforms in which we have done this kind of work. So I just wanted to give you some examples of what we have been talking about. But I do believe the rivers, if we have to look into a more holistic approach to manage the rivers. So that's where I would want to stop to manage the time. But if there are any interesting questions and discussions, I'll be more than happy to come back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anshuman. Actually, it was a great knowledge you had given us. The best part was that the holistic approach, how it has to be handled properly, right from the starting to end. And you have given good examples and what Terry is doing in this regard with your under people like you, your leaderships. This is a great opportunity in this, that we have people like you who talks about the imbalancing of water and the groundwater as a holistic approach. But we have people also who are rightly giving right from the origin to the end, in the future, meetings. I would request the next speaker to go ahead, please.
Thank you.
May I request Professor K.C. Tiwari, sir, to kindly turn on your camera. So,
am I audible?
Yes, yes.
yes, sir.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I am delighted to see Professor P.V. Sharma, Professor C.S. Dubey, all of whom with I have had quite a bit of interaction. Professor P.V. Sharma, especially, he was VC here, so I had a long time working with him. Before I start, as you know, that there used to be a story wherein there was an elephant, and different people viewed it differently, different parts. So I believe that even I'm not talking about others, I am talking about myself. The perspective that I have is definitely based on three things. One, that I served in the Indian Army, so I had the opportunity to serve in Siachen, near Siachen. Obviously, I used to drink water from the local source. Then I served in Northeast, wherein, the people used to have ponds in front of their houses, and they used to have fish also there. They used to wash clothes also there, and they also used to have the same pond for the purpose of drinking water. And similarly in Rajasthan, where there was hardly any water, so we used to search for water. So that is one perspective, and that gives me experience, and definitely that shapes my thought also. The second is the experience which I gained over last 2-3 years while working with Atulya Ganga. Atulya Ganga is a team of military veterans, and what we have decided is that every year we will either walk or have some kind of a adventurous activity along the entire stretch of Ganga to and fro. So in 2021, we had a team which walked the entire stretch of 2025 or whatever the length is. First from Gomukh down to the West Bengal Ganga Sagar, and then we came back from the other side. And it also had comprised of a pollution team. I was part of the pollution team, and we collected 224 samples from different places. And we followed it up in the second time. Then second time we collected samples from 49 places, and whatever it is, I mean, the details I'll share a bit later. So that is one perspective because of which I have some feeling, some experience. And the third is that my area happens to be geoinformatics. And when we were collecting samples, I always felt that, whenever we have to collect the water samples, we always used to take a boat or some kind of arrangement. We used to go to a particular place, preferably at the center of the river, and then collect one sample, bring it back, and then we used to test it either in situ. We used to test it, or we used to bring it back and get it tested somewhere. So all these three things, and when we used to do this, then I thought, why not have satellites doing this? So as more and more I started working on utilization of satellite data for extraction of water quality parameters, I found that that there are a lot of limitations in our own understanding of how the whole pollution system or the whole river pollution actually works. So with these three perspectives, what I have to say are as follows. The time is limited, so I am not giving any presentation here. I'll share some of the points which I have jotted down. Number one is that let us not look at river pollution or the attempts to river rejuvenation, river restoration in isolation. This is all part of the hydrological cycle itself, is or all the systems, natural systems that they exist, they need to be considered simultaneously. And even the river systems that we are talking about and that we are concerned about is part of the hydrological cycle. And in case we do not consider the entire ecosystem simultaneously, we are bound to go wrong somewhere. We will probably not be able to, achieve the desired results. And what probably I feel most important is that, there is more of management of the rivers, and there should be less of management of the rivers, and there is more requirement of the natural systems, natural ecosystem of the earth to be allowed to preserve itself and to be allowed to function itself as they are. More we do so, more or the less we will have the problems. Now coming to the hydrological systems. Now hydrological systems, there is a mass balance that we all know. So the associated systems have ensured that the hydrological system as it existed, that the mass balance that existed, the solid, the solid, the liquid, the air, or the gaseous forms of the water, now that is completely disturbed. Now why it is disturbed? It is disturbed because there are processes which are going on in the in the associated systems. For example, the way that we are doing the urbanization or going on with the urbanization, the way the impervious surfaces are increasing, all this is resulting in total climate change. Now, because of the climate change, there is a disturbance of the mass balance, and therefore, accordingly, the disturbance in the hydrological cycle. Now, this hydrological cycle, when it is completely disturbed, it definitely results into in the disturbance of the river system that we are having. Now, one can go into the specific details as to how the other systems are actually disturbing the hydrological cycle. So, one can start with the biodiversity, which is being affected because of the way that we are developing, whether it is the the developmental work related to the earth, what is happening in, in the entire north. In the process of the development, we are disturbing the complete ecosystem and thereby also the biodiversity. So what we are failing to relate is that how the entire ecosystem is interrelated with each other, and we are working mostly in isolation or in what we are observing in certain parts. I mean, the initial story of the elephant that I talked about. Notwithstanding, there is probably hardly anything that we can do about it. We need to focus on certain specific things that we know and understand fully about. So naturally, one of the things that we need to understand is the ecosystem which is immediately associated with the river system. So one of the things that comes to my mind is that what we need to understand is that the river systems are a part of the hydrological system, wherein there needs to be a balance between the solid, the liquid, and the gaseous part. And we need to ensure that somehow we are able to maintain that. Otherwise, what happens is that that the system, that the river systems, they will always be that they will always remain polluted. Now, to allow it to more to flow naturally or to function more naturally, we need to allow or undertake activities which are free from our intervention, like Professor Prabhat from ITBHU said. We need to have less of civil engineering involved. During the walk that we had of the Ganga, along the Ganga, what we realized was that a large part of the year there is hardly any flow of the water, and if only the water could flow through the rivers by themselves have the capability to rejuvenate or restore itself. But there is no water. So how does the water, how does the river, rejuvenates or restores itself? Similarly, associated with that is the practices of urbanization along the rivers. We found that the rivers or the water are the main reasons for for the biodiversity to come around the rivers. There is hardly any biodiversity. The forests have gone down. In fact, it is surprising that we think of foresting or putting plants along the river. Now, why should it happen? So that means we have actually disturbed the ecosystem beyond practices. Now, then there are practices related to agriculture. Now, in agriculture, we have undertaken so much of ill practices or the bad practices that they themselves cause pollution in the river. Then the urbanization or the dam construction, because of our requirements of producing electricity and other things, we have in turn again ensured that the water which is flowing, the Aviral Dhara that we always keep talking about, that we are ourselves disturbing. So on one hand, we are undertaking activities which are against the practices which we already know, but we still continue with that. So somehow we need to probably have a rethinking on the practices that we are undertaking, and then probably it would be easier to address. Now, having said this, we all know that it is never possible that we will not continue with the developmental work, or we will never have the requirement of producing electricity using the water. So what do we do? So there has to be a practice which is which is well known as sustainable practice. So we need to focus more and more of the sustainable practices and ensure that whatever we do or whatever activities we undertake along the Ganga or any of the rivers, that is more akin to a sustainable practice, and it should ensure that at the end of the day, the activities or the developmental work or any activity that we undertake ensures that none of the ecosystem are say sort of disturbed. Few points about what we observed during the walk along the Ganga. So first thing that we observed was that, while in the urban areas, there is a lot of awareness about the Ganga, but there is hardly any awareness about Ganga amongst the people who are actually residing along the Ganga. Not only that, very surprisingly, when we used to collect samples, we always used to walk across to the nearest engineering college and ask them to get our samples tested. Now we found that there is hardly any involvement of any of the engineering colleges, and besides engineering colleges, we used to go to the medical colleges, because in West Bengal we found at certain places there is there is a prevalence of certain types.
I think there is some connection issue, internet connection issue. Professor Tiwari? I think he will be joining soon because there is some internet connection from
It looks like a power failure.
हेलो अच्छा अच्छा ठीक है सर आप दोबारा ज्वाइन कर लीजिए प्लीज हाँ जी yeah he's joining again because of some technical issue, so just wait for 2 minutes.
Madam, we are already, a bit late for these things.
Yes sir.
The target for not more than 10 to 15 minutes for the next speakers.
Yes sir.
So, just by
So we have Professor Bimal Singh next speaker, and then we will be winding up.
Sure.
Yeah.
Because then he will take 10-15 minutes. So by the time.
Yes, I can understand, sir.
Right.
Professor Tiwari ji has already connected again. But so we cannot.
Ma'am, I think I would probably have run out of my time. I'm sorry, I got disconnected. So basically, these are the two things which I wanted to highlight. One is that, let us look at the rejuvenation of river system in conjunction with the other natural systems that prevail, and ensure that we allow more of nature to work as they are, rather than trying to intervene more with it. And second is that when it comes to the awareness and involvement, we actually need to go miles and miles before people get actually involved. There's a lot to do in that area. That's all, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Tiwari. Actually, you are correct that the problems which are occurring are that when we are making canals, we are not looking at the drainage system and the slopes and other studies. Maybe they are doing it, but making canals, and those two canals which are lined canals, does not help in filling the groundwater, helping the groundwater to sustain. Similarly, the awareness policy, as many of the universities in Gurgaon and other places, we are working, and we talk about groundwater harvesting, the drainage system and other things. But there needs to be a lot of, knowledge and lot of awareness to the people who are living in rural areas, as you said, because urban people, most of them know, and rural areas, they don't know, and the problems arise there. So there needs a mass awareness with the South, especially the extension activities which the people do, the universities are doing. And I hope that this will help the regeneration and the sustainability of the river systems as a whole. May I request Madam to proceed with the next expert? Thank you very much, Professor Tiwari.
We have Dr. Bimal Singh, Professor Zoology and Earth Sciences from Delhi University. So very warm welcome to you, Mr. Bimal. Dr. Bimal, kindly go ahead, please.
Thank you, madam. Thank you to all the organizers and to all the respected panelists. They have, since morning, I have been listening to some very beautiful ideas and the progress that is being made under this Namami Gange program. I'm basically a fluvial geomorphologist. So we have listened to the opinion of engineers. We have listened to opinion of which I like most is Professor Prabhat from ITBHU. He said that it's not like, let's not look at from the perspective of civil engineers, because a river, it can be, whose river is it? Is it engineers' river? Is it ecologists' river? Is it geomorphologists' river? Is it people's river? So what is this river? Means the idea of that. So if you look at the river not only for us as a geomorphologist, it's not only, it does not only shape the landforms, it also shapes the culture. In our culture, whenever we start some work, we start with Shuddhikaran and we take water from Ganga and we basically start the work. So now that it was the culture that we used to respect our rivers to that extent. Somewhere we lost that culture, we lost that respect for our nature. And as a result, today, what we have become selfish and we are seeing that only as a resource. And that is where all the problem probably started. For Ganga Action Plan, it basically came into existence since 1985, and it has been 38 years since then. But the challenge, as it was pointed out by Varshney sir and also Sharma sir, was that the rates at which we have been basically the development is going on. So maybe somewhere we have not been able to keep up the rate of cleaning of the river with the rate of development and the rate of rate at which we are making the pollution. Okay, so that is where we see all the problem coming in. Although Namami Gange program, it has got a lot of success stories to it, there are some contrasting ideas which basically I would like to highlight. One of that is riverfront development. Since morning, I have been listening to this, but there was, except for one or few instances, there was no one talked about the river space. I mean, river has a space. We have to provide rivers a space. We cannot just blindly construct a riverfront. For that, we are basically only trying to copy West. They have got very different rivers. All rivers are different. They have got rivers which are basically originating from glacial melt, and they have got very minor rivers as well. They can afford to do that, but we cannot afford to do that. We need to basically have our own indigenous solutions. We need to basically, the floodplain zoning, this aspect definitely it came up, and we need that. We need to define that, okay, this is the space beyond which there should not be any human intervention. If we really want to look at the health of a river, we want to revive our rivers, and at the same time we also want to utilize it to its maximum, like Earth Ganga, if I have understood it correctly, if we are basically planning to occupy places close to the river, then we are basically in the process of making the man-made floods, which we see in Delhi every year. So it is basically man-made floods because we humans have basically gone into the floodplains and we have occupied the river space. And the river during the monsoon, when it comes there, we basically say that, oh, it has flooded. No, it is not flooded. It has only come back to its home. So it can come back. There are areas where it can come back every year, annually. It can come back in 2 years. It can come back in 10 years. So there should be some boundary that should be essentially, we should basically try and mark and identify that, look, this is the area where we should not be going. We talk about biodiversity conservation. I mean, that is really something when you look at the number of dams that we have in Ganga Basin, that number of dams is over 800. The barrages and dams. So we are putting barriers along the river and we are seeing that, okay, we are basically trying to conserve biodiversity. You cannot. It is basically a continuum. River is a continuous flowing body, and when we are stopping that, what we are essentially trying to do is we are trying to basically manipulate the ecosystems, the local ecosystems. So And there are many species which get affected, and we have lost them in the process, but we have absolutely no clue that how many species we have actually lost to this activity that we are carrying out. Then we talk about afforestation. So now afforestation, it sounds like a good idea, but you know what, when we talk about the process of river restoration, the first thing that we do is we basically survey the entire catchment. We look at the present status of the river. What is the present status of the river? What is its recovery potential? Now, in our case, if we want to look at the recovery potential of a river, now where do we want it to recover? What is the present status of the river? We need to understand it. We don't have a template where we can actually relate where do we want to go back to? What was its original? Do we have an atlas that which would have mapped the original rivers in almost virgin state? We do not have any atlas. We do not have something to which we can compare, because if you look at the river, it stretches, each of its stretches, they are also different. And we have to basically address each of the stretch of the river. So we basically need to, the first few things which basically come up to my mind that we should be actually doing is we need to immediately start, at least there are some virgin rivers available in India, we should start making an atlas for that, so that we know that this was the state, a pure state of a river. So that is one thing that can be done. The other important issue is that where is the manpower? How many institutes are providing a course in river science? We have very few institutes. In Delhi University, we started in 2011, 2012, a course in river science, but we wanted to basically start a master's program in river science, which Professor Dubey is aware of. But we could not, because when we were brainstorming this idea, the problem was that where are these students going to get employed? Because any of these policy matters, they don't have river scientists. We have shortage of these experts, the river scientists in India. How many river science institute, how many institutes are there which are dedicated to rivers? We have got thousands of hundreds of thousands of kilometer length of river in India. We are focusing on Namami Gange. Now, but how many river institutes are there in India? There is one I'm aware of, but you cannot find anything regarding that, which is in Kolkata. But it's just, I have seen a nameplate and name on the website, but you will not find anything. What they are doing, it's completely, I've crossed that couple of times while my visit to Calcutta, but I have no clue that what we are doing over there. So, but there are many people who are working, geomorphologists, geologists, civil engineers, they are working. But as it has been pointed out earlier, we need a combined effort. We need a joint effort, that there should be one umbrella where everyone comes together and looks at this problem and they address this problem. That is one of the foremost, and I think that is the first thing that should have actually been included in the program itself, the Namami Gange, that okay, we will study our rivers thoroughly. So, and then there should be at least some areas where people who are studying river science, they can get employed. They can look at the river. They can basically emphasize, or they can basically look into the holistic development or the river health. Because cleaning of water is not river health. Only if you cannot, river is not only flowing water, first of all. Varshney sir also told that there are many pollutants which you cannot clean. And we have basically contaminated our riverbed to an extent that we need some really big measures to clean them. So we need to basically think that not only in terms of water, there are sediments flow, the sediments are essential. They are essential. The other important thing is when we are talking about Ganga is transnational river. We have to basically have some international collaborations, because there are so many Himalayan rivers that are coming through Nepal. No matter how much effort we make, Nepal will also do some their infrastructure development and other activities that might pollute. But we have to basically have some sort of collaboration. We have to have a holistic development of the these rivers. Another important point which was actually talked about, I think by Vashni sir, was the wetlands. We have a wetland program which is under some other ministry, that is Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. But it needs to be integrated with this. And then we have focused only on the main channel. Now let me basically there's this when we are basically, we want to clean our rivers, we want to basically have programs around our river. What we basically need is, in science we say there is a master stream in any basin. In Ganga River basin, which is the master stream? Which is the master stream? We all talk about length of Ganga 2525 kilometers, 2,500 kilometers, 2,525 kilometers. But are you aware that there is a length of river which is 2,758 kilometers if you start from the catchment of Tons River, which is tributary of Yamuna. If you start from its source, then the length actually goes to 2,758. At Prayagraj, if you look at the depth of Ganga and depth of Yamuna, which one is more deeper? Which one has got more catchment area? Which one has got more discharge? So these are the points. For science purpose, you cannot basically focus. Definitely, Ganga is the most important cultural part of our people. But for science, we have to basically look at some of these fundamentals also. We have to focus on that. Only then, basically, we will be able to achieve what we have basically set out for. So now, there are challenges. There are challenges. One of the challenge, it has been basically pointed out earlier. It is about the future scenarios. Are we prepared for future scenarios? There are going to be increase in the floods, the rainfalls. We have got erratic patterns of rainfall. So we have to, whatever measures we are basically taking, we have to include that as well. We need to have a robust water budget. We don't really have a very good water budget, that how much water is coming from groundwater, how much is coming from monsoon, how much is coming from glacial melt. Only then you can manage your river. Of course, there is a need, we need water. So it's not that we have to leave the river aside, but our challenge is very big actually, because we need to find that balance where the development as well as the river health, it can go hand in hand. And it is a very big challenge. And we are basically trying to deal with this kind of problem. And towards the end, I would just, since we have paucity of time, I will just end by saying that everyone has been basically referring to Ganga as Mother Ganga. So the present scenario is that our mother is in ICU. And we have to basically come together and take care of this, our mother. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Vimal. You have touched all the special points which everybody has discussed and given pros and cons of those things. Especially to mention when you talked about the indigenous ecological imbalances, I could see some of the very important issues like the Hilsa River, Hilsa fish, or the Pal, Chiang Mai, Lata, Shoal, Chanda. These are some of the fishes which are being vanishing in the past decade from Ganga and the Brahmaputra. And most of these are due to the migration. They migrate for their breeding in the fresh water, and they go back to the salt water. So whatever dams which have been made in the coastal areas, they end up their locations. They forgot their places. The migration system is changed totally. So this is very important that ecological balances are required. besides that, you talked of the water imbalances and the all other issues. I'm sure that the government is looking after all these things. There are programs which have been made now for the, especially to look for the common fish face extinctions in Bengal and the Brahmaputra. They have outlined some stretches where there can be no, there should not be any dam developed in the areas. Also, you know, the important thing is regarding the, when you talked of the, besides ecological, you talked of the pollution and other things, and you said that. So what actually all this means? It means that not only the awareness, ecological balance, but as a holistic system, whatever is the, you know, the title of the project, that the rejuvenation, the restoration, and the rehabilitation, they all should be looked in total in one phase, like you said, Mother Ganga. And माँ के साथ आप कोई जितना भी आप उनको आईसीयू में ना ले जाने की कोशिश करें और उनको अच्छे से अच्छा बना सकें, ये हमारी सबका एक कामना होनी चाहिए. और लगता है कि नमामि गंगे का जो प्रोग्राम है, it will make this more successful in the system, because and the program done especially by the Amity University, because there are lots of, you know, explanations have come up, a lot of discussions have been made on these issues, especially when I talk of the as a whole river as a whole river basin system. You talked, and the other Professor Anshuman and other talks, Anshuman, that, you know, river basin should be taken as a whole, and river basin should be a holistic view on a river basin. Right from the end, should be have separate, you know, kind of a, you know, as you said rightly, how many groundwater experts are there in our country for the groundwater modeling? Now, Central Groundwater Board says for each and every project in the industry or in the any place, you know, infrastructure, big infrastructures, you need to have the groundwater modeling. But how many experts are there in the country for the groundwater modeling? And even for the as a hydrogeologist and geologist, and especially for the river science. So I think we should look into a holistic view as an academician to all these things, prepare a proposal in here with the help of our group, you know, which have come so far, that how we can do it holistically and make it more employable so that people come together. Not only this, but they should think that how to work upon and how to get employment through this, and to then those who are really, you know, passionate about these things, about the river system and the water, because water is going to be, I have been feeling like I went to Tehran that you have to buy water someday, and you for even bathing, you know. So that is the time which is going to come. And I told you about the desert, which is going to come very fast in the peninsular India, close to the Himalayas, and the separation of the Indus and the Ganges basin to the just touching, nearing the Himalayas. Unless we have a total balance and ecological balance and maintenance of the system with all possible non-engineering way, I am very frank, not to utilize engineering, but to utilize natural flows, natural systems, rejuvenate natural systems, try to see, we have problems. We have problems in this, because when I say problems, me and Vimal knows that many rivers have changed their courses during the time of earthquakes and other things. So there are natural hazards which have affected, but these natural hazards with the anthropogenic hazards is changing the river direction very fast. You take the example of the Kedarnath. Kedarnath, the whole channels, many channels, new channels have come up, and the old channels have gone. So the river system whole is very, very, I would say, is it is very active, you know. It is not tectonically, but it itself is a very active. You do one single thing and it has a problem. So I think taking as a system, as a whole holistic view, I feel like that this is the best conference place, and we should submit a proposal whereby we should see that this thing comes up as an employment basis, and we need a good institution for this. Thank you very much. Madam Sanjana, you can start. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much indeed, Professor Dubey, for your highly thoughtful summation of the panel discussion. It comes out quite clearly that the mass awakening, along with the technology solutions and scientific explorations and investigations, should go together, in fact, to solving some of the visitors. I think we should meet at Sangam site once and organize a mega discussion on what can be done and how could people be connected and involved in this great mass awakening and a great challenge that we have on our doorstep. I'm sure Mother Ganga will bless us. We all will live for 100 years and will have the great pleasure and privilege of Mother Ganga's blessings and blessings of all our holy rivers. So I think the BHU, the Delhi University, Amity University, Haryana, and of course TERI and Namami Ganga Mission and others could join hand together. तो एक बार ऐसा बढ़िया वाला प्रोग्राम वहां पर करेंगे और हाथ में झंडे लेकर के एक मास अवेकनिंग की रैली भी निकालेंगे. लोगों को समझाना बहुत जरूरी है. डॉक्टर विमल सिंह जी ने ये बात बड़ी क्लियर कट कही और डॉक्टर तिवारी जी ने भी कि बहुत ज्यादा लोगों को उतनी समझ भी तो नहीं है जितनी होनी चाहिए. सारे बंदरों के बाद भी हमें कचरा नदी में फेंकने में आनंद आता है. इसको रोकने के लिए भी हमें बहुत बुनियादी पहल करनी होगी. But I'm really grateful and thankful to you, to all of you, for sparing your highly valuable time to be with us. A lot of good points have emerged from the discussion that we had, and I'm sure we should be able to now come out with very clear-cut understanding of what can be done through science, what can be done through technology innovations, what can be done through effective planning, in fact, for future, and what can be done that Dr. Prabhat Kumar ji has said, smart cities which should be water positive and water smart, and smart village clusters also at the same time, which should be water smart and water positive. Those kind of directions we need to take. Let us not lose sight that 50% of the urban population 50% of population of India has been targeted to live in the cities in future. Massive urbanization is going to take place in the years to come, and we need to be very, very serious about water security and also protection of our rivers. And in that respect, I think that today's panel discussion, both the panel discussions hold a great promise. So thank you, Dr. Sanjana, and thank you, the learned panel and the chair, Professor Vice Chancellor, Professor Dubey sir, for your highly valuable time you spent with us. Thank you once again on behalf of the entire Amity University. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Professor C.S. Dubey ji. Thank you for your exceptional leadership in guiding the session so beautifully and for sharing your deep knowledge about rivers. We also appreciate the valuable contribution for all the panelists which have made our discussion even more insightful and meaningful today. Gratitude to the two remarkable leaders, Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor P.V. Sharma sir and Professor C.S. Dubey sir, for their invaluable roles as the session chairs. Your guidance and wisdom enriched the sessions thoroughly. I must thank you to Dr. Vimal Singh. You have rightly mentioned that rivers are not only meant for geologists and for engineers, they belongs to everyone. And thank you, Mr. Anshuman, for specifying that taking care of our rivers and making sure that they stay healthy is a big job, and this is a job of everyone. So thank you all the panelists for being with us today. Thank you, Professor Prabhat Kumar Singh, for joining us since morning. Professor Devra, Dr. Amir for being with us. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good
We
day.
really missed the waterman of India, Dr. Rajendra
Yes.
Singh ji, to be with us, but I'm
Definitely.
sure we'll look for another
He is in
opportunity.
Brazil. He is in Brazil and he is trying to connect, but because of some technical issue, he is not able to
I
join.
must say with full respect that the presentations of Namami Gange, both the presentations, the presentation from TERI, and also in fact the thoughts shared by Professor Prabhat Kumar Singh ji and Dr. Tiwari sharing his experience, and Bimal Kumar ji raising some of the very valuable point, and of course being joined by Professor Dubey. The panel could have not been more enriched than what you already put together. So Dr. Sanjana, I don't know how you select people, but you selected the very best we could really
A
put
few names
together.
so you have given me,
You know,
sir.
this- Such a great pleasure, such a great pleasure. And thank you so much
Thank-
for making our innovation being so successful. God
Thank you
bless
so
you all. Let Goddess Ganga bless us, our mother, protect us from all kind of ills and evils in future. And let us all commit to serve our holy rivers of India and receive their divine bliss for a long, healthy and happy life. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjana.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Parijat. Thank you so much for
Dr.
being.
Devra, who is connected actually to this
Thank you
program,
to all
he
of
is heading my air quality group and making me smile all the time because the air quality in the campus is pretty good. I took the
Yeah, very good,
measurement
very
last
good.
week.
Actually, and yeah, the
What
values
would
are very reasonable.
What is
Very-
PM 2.5 right now?
Yeah,
Professor?
PM 2.5 is around 17. Around 17 PM 2.5. I have sent already.
17.
17
17 microgram per
Yeah,
cubic.
yeah, 19.2 PM 2.5. PM 10 is 44.71 and
Very
PM 1 is 3.67.
फिर क्या
So
बात
they
है?
are, yeah, they are very well within the permissible limits.
सबसे
and-
सबसे
हाँ,
छोटा सबसे कम, सबसे छोटा पार्टिकल सबसे कम,
हाँ।
उसके बाद छोटा ठीक है, within the limit of 20 microgram per cubic
Definitely.
meter.
Yes,
What else
very
you
nice.
require?
Nice,
What
nice,
else you
very
require?
well.
And this is primarily because we are maintaining more or less a dust-free environment within the campus. No vehicles are moving in the campus during the day, except in the morning and evening when people come and go. And we have tremendous amount of greenery
coming
around.
around,
Our
yeah.
trees are giving us the benefit of good quality oxygen and good quality air in the campus. So apart from water security, our commitment to air quality is also, in fact,
Very nice in the
full and
campus.
final, and we are leading by example in air quality as well as water security. Thank you, Professor
Thank you
Devra,
very much.
team,
Thank you very much, sir.
for making me so happy and blissful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Kansal. Thank you, Professor K.S. Tiwari ji, for being with us. Thank you, Dr. Ambika. Thank you and good day. Thank you. Bye-bye.